Chapter 2547 The woman in a green dress was none other than Boundary Maiden of the Nether Pavilion. That woman of few words. At the critical moment, Boundary Maiden had used her unique ability to stop that sword behind Yang Yi. Since he had nothing to worry about, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swing his sword. 11 overlap swings with the sword domain. As soon as it descended, the guardian before him was blasted away. This time, the guardian was clearly heavily injured. His soul had turned ethereal and seemed like it would vanish at any moment. But Yang Yi hadn't stopped there. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Hiss! A wave of mysterious energy arose within him. Flash! The guardian in the distance seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. He was about to retreat, but Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. It was fast. Absolutely fast. The guardian was astounded. While he was horrified, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He didn't just wait for death to arrive, and he stabbed his sword forward with both hands. Countless strands of soul energy surged into his sword, and then waves of sword energy were formed from the soul energy and rippled forward. The entire sky was filled with his sword energy. It was an absolutely shocking sight. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived. Hiss! Along with a flash of light, it seemed like something had been sliced into bits. Around 3 breaths of time later, the sky returned to normal, and the guardian in front of Yang Yi was gone. Only a few soul fragments were crashing down from the sky. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and waved his right hand. In an instant, the fragments surged toward him and were absorbed by him. The soul-devouring technique. He hadn't forgotten about this technique that specialized in absorbing souls. The guardian's soul was truly powerful. The fragments far surpassed years of bitter cultivation. Suddenly, Yang Yi became quite excited. He suddenly turned around to gaze at the other guardian, and at this moment, the latter was 300 m away. That guardian was staring at Yang Yi with extreme vigilance. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. He didn't try to kill the guardian, and he just charged at the other experts of the soul sect who were down below. Flash was still active right now, so he was at his strongest. Yang Yi was an absolute god of death while Flash was active. Once he covered the ancient sword sect with the sword domain, 3 flying swords flashed incessantly within the sword domain, and every flash would take the head of an expert from the soul sect. Once they were killed, Yang Yi would forcefully absorb their souls. A slaughter! It was an absolute slaughter once Yang Yi activated Flash and the sword domain, and besides those Lord Realm experts, all the other experts from the soul sect couldn't resist even a single attack from Yang Yi. Those flying swords were truly too fast within the sword domain. It was so fast that 5 World Realm experts couldn't resist it at all. Actually, if it were at any normal time, he wouldn't dare to envelop so many people with his sword domain. Because it was very dangerous. After all, if they joined forces against his sword domain, he would definitely be finished. But it was different now. The experts of the ancient sword sect were here too, and they were keeping the soul sect's experts busy. So, those experts from the soul sect couldn't try to destroy his sword domain, and so Yang Yi could slaughter madly within the sword domain. In just a few breaths of time, the soul sect had lost dozens of experts. As for the strongest amongst them, the other guardian and the woman in a black dress were being kept busy by Gu Nan, Nether Maiden, and the pig-riding young woman. Now, it was a king against soldiers. Meanwhile, at another point in space, a woman in a red dress was fighting a black-robed man. Suddenly, the black-robed man stopped and looked in the direction of the ancient sword sect, and then his face turned utterly gloomy. The Soul Exalt's face changed for a moment, and then he spoke coldly. Retreat! Sponsored content retreat. As soon as the order was given, those experts from the soul sect shot out of the ancient sword sect and fled toward the sky. The woman in a black dress separated herself from Nether Maiden. She glanced at Nether Maiden and said, I'll kill you next time. Nether Maiden nodded slightly. I'll be waiting. The woman in a black dress grunted coldly and fled into the sky. You think that you can leave? Suddenly Yang Ye's voice resounded. Did you ask for my permission? As soon as Yang Yi said that, a huge map shot up into the air, and then it enveloped the entire sect and all the soul sect's experts in the sky. The myriad world diagram. Along with the appearance of the myriad world diagram, the experts of the soul sect were trapped in the sky above the ancient sword sect. The soul exalt's face turned gloomy from the sight of this, and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces as well. In the myriad world diagram, Yang Yi gazed at them and laughed coldly. You think that you can come and go as you please? What? You think this is your own backyard? 2 flying swords shot out of the gourd by Yang Yi's waist. There was another sword beside them, eternal light. 3 flying swords. Moreover, the other sword cultivators behind Yang Yi charged at those experts from the soul sect. The experts of the soul sect revealed slight panic for the first time. Hiss! 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 A few heads suddenly shot up into the air. Blood sprayed. Suddenly, in the air above the myriad world diagram, a black awl suddenly appeared there and descended. It only took a moment for it to stab Yang Yi's myriad world diagram. Bang! Sponsored content. The entire myriad world diagram shook violently, and then it actually started to crack open. Yang Yi's face changed drastically from the sight of this, and he hurriedly recalled the myriad world diagram. Once Yang Yi recalled the myriad world diagram, those experts of the soul sect seemed like a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders, and they hurriedly shot out of the ancient sword sect's territory. Meanwhile, the black awl floated in the sky. Yang Yi had a trace of solemnness in his eyes as he gazed at it. A super divine treasure. It was actually a super divine treasure. Because only a super divine treasure could damage the myriad world diagram with such ease. The super divine treasure floated in the sky above the sect for a short while before vanishing into space. Meanwhile, the experts of the soul sect had left. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the sky with a gloomy expression on his face. A long time later, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the sect below. It was in a mess and covered in corpses. Yang Yi descended slowly to the ground, and he saw a few hundred corpses that belonged to sword cultivators. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he said, Erect a monument in the sect. Places at the entrance of the sect, and inscribe their names on it. Besides that, if they belong to clans or have loved ones, remember all of them. Our sect will be responsible for their clans or loved ones. Sword Scroll nodded and left. Yang Yi looked toward the other side. A sword cultivator from the ancient sword sect was seated there. It was Gu Nye, and the corpse of an expert from the soul sect was by his feet. It was a Lord Realm expert. Gu Nye himself was covered in injuries. But he was the only disciple of the ancient sword sect who'd killed a Lord Realm expert on his own. Yang Yi walked over to Gu Nye. The latter glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi flicked 10 world crystals over to him and said, Heal up, the battle isn't over. Sponsored content. Yang Yi turned around and left. Gu Nye gazed at the world crystals and fell silent. In the clouds outside the ancient sword sect, a woman in a red dress was standing in confrontation against the Soul Exalt. The Soul Exalt stared at her. I never expected Yang Yi to find so many people to assist him. The woman remained silent. The Soul Exalt laughed coldly and vanished into the sky. The woman looked down at the ancient sword sect. She didn't go down there and just vanished into the clouds. This time, the ancient sword sect had successfully defended itself against the soul sect's attack, and it could be said to have shocked the entire Eternal Kingdom. A quick look at bit. A Y/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. After all, the ancient sword sect had lost many Lord Realm experts, or to be more precise, it had less than 3 if Yang Yi wasn't included in the tally. But the soul sect had sent around a dozen. Yet the ancient sword sect still won. As for Nether Maiden, the Pig-Riding Woman, and Boundary Maiden, they were known to Eternal Kingdom. While the ancient sword sect had few Lord Realm experts, it had many geniuses. Especially Yang Yi, he wasn't just the number 1 expert in the younger generation of Eternal Border, it was the same for Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi's reputation could be described as being resounding and known to all. After the battle, The disciples of the ancient sword sect had their own soils. The experts of the soul sect had quite a few treasures in their possession, and it was especially so for the Lord Realm experts. One of the disciples even obtained a divine treasure. Besides that, other disciples who killed quite a few of their opponents obtained numerous treasures as well. Moreover, the entire sect had become more united now. All the disciples who survived the battle had gained a lot from the battle too. It could be said that the attack hadn't just failed to crush the ancient sword sect, it had made the ancient sword sect even more united and confident. Yan Yi left everything to Sword Scroll and Gu Nan while he entered the primordial pagoda. Had absorbed the souls of numerous experts earlier, and he planned to use all of that to nurture his body. Presently, his body was already showing signs of advancement. Chapter 2548 In the Primordial Pagoda. Yan Yi went to the cultivation room, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes slowly. He'd absorbed the souls of Lord Realm experts earlier. Moreover, it wasn't ordinary souls because the experts of the soul sect focused on cultivating their souls. So the purity and strength of their souls wasn't something that ordinary Lord Realm experts could compare to. It could be said that the soul of a single Lord Realm expert from the soul sect was comparable to the souls of 3 other Lord Realm experts. Yan Yi had absorbed the souls of 4 Lord Realm experts and 7 5-World Realm experts earlier. Had rapidly absorbed these souls upon devouring them. And he'd used all of the energy he obtained from them to strengthen his body. His body had to advance in order for his cultivation to advance. While Yan Yi cultivated, the ancient sword sect was gradually calming down with Sword Scroll and Gu Nan dealing with all the affairs of the sect. Sword Scroll was quite skilled in these things. Or to be more precise, she cared a lot about the ancient sword sect. After all, she was born here, and while she had a bad impression of the previous sect master, she was still thankful to the other ancestors of the sect who'd forged her. She treated this place as her home. Besides that, she had her own selfish intentions. She hoped that Yan Yi would treat it as his home too. Of course, she felt quite guilty for having made Yan Yi take up the position of sect master and fall into such a situation. However, there was something Yan Yi said that made her guilt vanish. Yan Yi said that friends were there to be dragged into bad situations. Just thinking about that made the guilt in her heart vanish. If Yan Yi knew what she thought, he would definitely spit out blood from anger. At the rear mountains of the ancient sword sect, there was a bamboo house there, and 3 women were in the house. Nether Maiden, Boundary Maiden, and the pig-riding woman. The 3 of them weren't fond of crowded and noisy places, so Yan Yi gave them a place to themselves. They sat on the stairs outside the house. Nether Maiden told them about what she'd experienced, including the old man with the bamboo chest. Once she finished speaking, she gazed at the other 2. Boundary Maiden thought for a moment and said, "I encountered a demon at the Eternal River. It wanted to eat me, and I refused, so we fought. In the end, I accidentally entered the depths of the river and encountered a woman. She said she belonged to some sect in Eternal Kingdom, and she was killed by the Desolate Race's patriarch during the previous war against the Desolate Race. She withdrew a scroll, but there was nothing on it." Nether Maiden asked. "What's that?" Boundary Maiden explained. "She gave me this, the Tao Source. She said it's the supreme scroll of her sect, and I too felt it was pretty good after reading through it." The pig-riding woman asked. "And then?" Boundary Maiden continued. "I cultivated, attained the 5-world realm, and then my boundary energy improved tremendously under her guidance." She gazed at the scroll before her and continued. "Besides to help Yan Yi, I came to Eternal Kingdom for one other reason. It's to send this scroll back to her sect. But I don't know where that sect is." The pig-riding woman asked. "What's its name?" Boundary Maiden thought for some time and replied. "I think it was called the Tao Source sect." The pig-riding woman nodded slightly. "It's fine. Yan Yi is the ancient sword sect's master right now, so you'll definitely be able to find it with his help." Boundary Maiden nodded and gazed at the pig-riding woman. "What about you? You're much stronger than you were." The pig-riding woman replied modestly. "Not at all, I'm just alright. While she said that, there was a very brilliant smile on her face. Boundary Maiden felt speechless. The pig-riding woman smiled and said, I didn't have any fortuitous encounters and just worked hard. While my natural talent isn't as good as 10th Sister and that man, Yang Yi, it's still not bad. I attained some accomplishments during my bitter training. However, it's still a little inferior when compared to Man Yang. That fellow is absolutely abnormal. I thought that when I met him again, I would definitely beat him up, but I never expected him to be strong to such an extent. Moreover, he's even a sect master now. Sponsored content. She was quite displeased at this point. I don't know who called him a maleficent existence in the past, and said he would have a life of trouble. That's nonsense. He's actually chosen by the heavens. Just look at him. Even someone cheating with all kinds of treasures can't compete with his speed. Nether Maiden nodded slightly and remained silent. She was the first to meet Yan Yi, and they'd known each other since Profounder Continent. All along the way, while Yan Yi had been constantly plagued by troubles, he's been constantly receiving fortuitous encounters. Of course, Yan Yi was a very hard-working person too. Hard work. Yan Yi had risen from the bottom, and he didn't have luxuries others received. So, he was very well aware that he had to work much harder than everyone else, and he'd been constantly doing that throughout these years. Even if a hard-working and serious person doesn't do that well in life, that person wouldn't do that bad either. Boundary Maiden suddenly asked, What about eldest sister and the others? The pig-riding young woman shook her head. I know eldest sister seems to have gone to a place called Dark Destruction World, but I don't know anything about the others. Dark Destruction World? Boundary Maiden frowned. What is that place? The pig-riding woman rolled her eyes. Besides Eternal Kingdom, there are a myriad of other worlds. It isn't exaggerated at all to say that there are a myriad of them. So, how would I know? In any case, she's so strong, so she'll be fine. Boundary Maiden nodded and seemed to visibly ease up. Their eldest sister was very strong. But that fellow Yang Yi, the pig-riding woman said, now that he's this sect's master, I think he's in huge trouble. That soul sect doesn't feel ordinary to me at all. Sigh, forget it. Let's just stay and help him for now, and we can take him and run if it's an impossible battle to win. Boundary Maiden grinned. That's a good idea. They sat there and constantly switched between talking about Eternal Border, Yan Yi, and Eternal Kingdom. Even when the sky had turned dark, they still sat there as if they had endless things to talk about. After she finished dealing with the sect's affairs, Sword Scroll went to the sect's training grounds. Those 10 elite disciples were there. Actually, it should be 11 because Gu Nia was here now. The disciples of the ancient Sword sect had a rough understanding of Sword Scroll's identity, so they were extremely respectful toward her. Sword Scroll glanced at them and said, Do you have any thoughts after that battle with the Soul Sect? Sponsored content. Gu Nia spoke solemnly. They are very strong. Very strong. It could be said that if Yan Yi hadn't opened the ancient Sword Sect's resources to them and given them those divine treasures, they would have had no chance in the battle. Actually, they shouldn't have had to deal with those Lord Realm experts. After all, those experts were a level higher than them. But it couldn't be helped because now that the Grand Elder and the others had left, only they could do it. Sword Scroll nodded and said, I have an understanding of all the techniques and cultivation techniques in the sect. From now on, I will spend some time guiding all of you every day. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All of them were overjoyed because Sword Scroll could be considered to be the oldest existence in the sect. She knew too much. If she was there to guide them, they would definitely obtain tremendous gains. Sword Scroll glanced up at the sky, and there was a rather complicated expression on her face. The ancient Sword sect could be said to be forcefully keeping itself alive. In the primordial pagoda, the cultivation room suddenly started to tremble because of the aura Yan Yi was emanating. Waves of aura rippled out incessantly from Yan Yi. He'd been meditating in the cultivation room for 2 weeks now. Throughout this time, Yan Yi had been doing nothing but meditating and absorbing the energy from those souls. Once he fully absorbed all the energy contained within those souls, his body had started to undergo a transformation. Just like that, around 2 more weeks passed, and his body finally advanced to the 4-world realm. The 4-world realm in the body. A quick look at Tineural.com/2p9m8w will leave you more fulfilled. Once his body advanced, Yang Yi didn't leave the pagoda immediately. He stopped suppressing his cultivation and allowed it to advance. During this time, he consumed almost 50 world crystals. He absorbed all the energy they emanated, and combined with the fact that he'd been suppressing his own cultivation, he smoothly advanced to the 4-world realm once he stopped suppressing it. Sponsored content. His body and cultivation were at the 4-world realm. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that his soul was actually slightly different now. Or to be more precise, it was much stronger than it had been. It wasn't just because of the advancement in his cultivation. Devouring those souls had played a huge part too. After all, the soul sex experts improved themselves by devouring the souls of others, and the stronger the soul, the better its effects. So, after he devoured the souls of so many Lord Realm and 5-world realm experts of the soul sect, while he'd used the energy obtained from them to strengthen his body, his soul had received tremendous benefits as well. In overall, he benefited tremendously. But his true goal was the 5-world realm. The 5-world realm. The 5-world realm was a divide, and he could only attain the Lord Realm after he overcame it. The Lord Realm was the minimum requirement to have some sway in Eternal Kingdom. However, he couldn't rush all of that, and he had to take it one step at a time. Suddenly, Sword Scroll appeared before Yang Yi and said, "Someone wants to see you. He says he's from the underground trade area in the War Dimension." The underground trade area. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and he left the primordial pagoda a moment later. He met a black-robed figure in the great hall of the ancient sword sect. The black-robed figure cupped his fist to Yang Yi and said, "Sect Master Yi, we've found another one of the people you asked us to search for. However, she's in trouble right now. Our Lord sent me to ask for your opinion." "Trouble?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What kind of trouble?" The black-robed figure replied, "Someone is hunting her down." Chapter 2549 Hunted. Yang Yi frowned. "Where is she?" The black-robed man replied, "The East region." "The East region." Yang Yi walked over to the black-robed man. "Give me an exact location." The latter flicked a ray of white light into Yang Yi's forehead. A short while later, Yang Yi left the ancient sword sect. In the clouds above the ancient sword sect, Nether Maiden and the others appeared by his side. The pig-riding woman was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "The ancient sword sect needs all of you. I'll go to her myself. I guarantee that I'll bring her back in one piece, all right?" Nether Maiden and the others exchanged glances, and then the pig-riding woman nodded. "Bring her back." Yang Yi nodded and vanished on the spot. The 3 of them remained there for a long time after he left. At a mountain range, a black-robed man was down on one knee before the Soul Sex Exalt within a pitch-black hall. The Soul Exalt asked, "Are you sure that he left?" The black-robed man nodded. "Yes, and he should be heading toward the East region." The Soul Exalt nodded. "You can leave." The black-robed man turned around and left. The Soul Exalt fell silent for a long time, and then he tapped the wooden table beside him. A short while later, 2 pitch-black balls of energy appeared before him. He closed his eyes slowly and said, "Don't underestimate him." The balls of energy didn't offer any response and just vanished. The Soul Exalt looked up into the distance and spoke indifferently. "Since you're courting death, you can blame no one but yourself." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The East region. At an ancient city, a woman sat at a corner with a small fox in her arms. There was an extremely deep sword injury on the fox's leg, and it was bleeding. The woman's body had many injuries too, and they were bleeding as well. A middle-aged man was standing not too far away from her, and he was holding a sword. The Lord Realm. There were 3 other old men behind him. All 3 of the old men were quite strong. They were 5-world realm experts, The middle-aged sword cultivator gazed at the woman with a trace of solemnness and fear. "Who are you?" She remained silent, and just carefully used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the fox's injuries. The middle-aged sword cultivator frowned. "Not only did you fail to notify my Lu clan of your arrival in our territory, you killed a young master of ours. Isn't that a little too much?" She glanced at him and said, "He deserved death, so I killed him." The sword cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of icy coldness flashed through them. "I think you deserve death too, so I'm sorry." As soon as he said that, his sword left his grasp, and then an arc of sword energy arrived before her. She placed the fox by her side and raised her right hand slightly, and then the sword energy actually started to be obliterated. Moreover, the middle-aged sword cultivator's sword was actually starting to be obliterated as well. A wisp of gloomy coldness flashed through his eyes, and then a powerful wave of sword intent rippled out of him. An instant later, a myriad of energy swords rained down like a storm upon her. The woman gazed coldly at the storm of swords with indifference on her face, and she suddenly spoke when they arrived right above her. "Obliterate!" At this moment, everything seemed to have frozen. The sword cultivator and the others watched with shock as the sword energy was actually obliterated, and even the space around her was starting to be obliterated. It was like everything was withering before her. The sword cultivator's solemnness had transformed into fear, but it didn't take long for ghastly killing intent to fill his eyes instead. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot. Sponsored content. A moment later, a few rays of sword energy shot at her from a tricky angle. While the middle-aged sword cultivator feared her powerful ability, it was the Lu clan's territory. As soon as he attacked, the old men behind him attacked as well. Moreover, a Lord Realm old man joined the battle as well. He was naturally a Lord Realm expert of the Lu clan. 2 Lord Realm experts and 2 5 World Realm experts. She was instantly completely suppressed. While the woman's strange power was formidable, she couldn't hold her own against so many opponents. Hiss! Suddenly, the middle-aged sword cultivator's right hand and the sword it held were transformed into a pile of dust. The sword cultivator was shocked and shot backward. Right at the same instant, the other Lord Realm expert's palms slapped against the woman's back, and the powerful wave of impact blasted her away. The woman's face remained indifferent as she held tightly to the fox. Bang! In the end, she slammed against the wall, causing a huge hole to be blasted open on it. She fell to the ground outside the wall, and blood seeped out incessantly from the corner of her mouth. However, the fox in her arms wasn't harmed at all. It anxiously gazed at her while tears seeped out of its eyes. She grinned at the fox, but her smile was quite horrifying. She rubbed its head gently and looked off into the distance. At this moment, the sword cultivator and the others were walking in her direction, and another Lord Realm expert had joined their group. Obviously, this incident had alarmed the higher-ups of the Lu clan. The sword cultivator gazed coldly at her and the fox. "You possess such strength at your age, so you're definitely not an ordinary person. Which clan are you from?" She remained silent. The sword cultivator was about to speak when the Lord Realm old man suddenly said, "There's no need to say anything. She killed someone from our clan, so she deserves death. As for the power that stands behind her, humph. While our Lu clan isn't the strongest in Eternal Kingdom, when have we ever feared anyone?" The sword cultivator nodded slightly and issued a command in his heart. The sword in his left grasp immediately shot at the woman and the fox. She watched coldly as the sword approached, but she didn't just wait for death to arrive. She was about to act when 2 powerful Lord Realm auras slammed down upon her like 2 huge mountains. These auras caused a momentary pause in her actions, and just that moment had allowed the sword to pierce through her chest. Hiss! Blood sprayed! Sponsored content. Her figure stiffened on the spot. Once the sword pierced through her, it shot back at her head. Obviously, they planned to annihilate her. Right when the sword was just half an inch away from her head, the sword suddenly stopped as if it had been obstructed by something. The middle-aged sword cultivator and the others frowned from the sight of this. A short while later, the middle-aged man noticed that it was a sword which had stopped his flying sword. A translucent sword. The sword cultivator looked up to the sky, and a ray of sword energy flashed. A moment later, a man in green clothes appeared before them. The sword cultivator glanced at the man. "Your help is here?" Yang Yi didn't say anything. He walked over to the woman. She wasn't dead, but she was on the verge of it. She glared at him. "Why did you come so late?" A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth as she spoke. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly raised the fox toward him. "Help me take care of it." Yang Yi glanced at the fox and said, "I noticed that you won't be dying today, so you can just take care of it yourself." She was none other than Oblivion Maiden. Yang Yi had quite a deep impression of her because she'd hunted him through many regions. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi didn't say more and just sent her into the primordial pagoda, but she refused. Yang Yi gazed at her with bewilderment. "Huh?" She glanced at the middle-aged sword cultivators group and said, "They hurt my fox. Aren't you going to do something about it?" Yang Yi glanced at the blood that covered her, and for some reason, he was inwardly moved. He grinned and said, "Just go inside and heal up, right? Leave the rest to me." Oblivion Maiden glanced at him and nodded. Sponsored content Yang Yi sent her and the fox into the pagoda. With the primordial violet energy in there, their wounds would heal rapidly. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi gazed at the sword cultivator before him, and the latter sized up Yang Yi. "You think that you can take her out of here?" Yang Yi walked slowly in their direction and said, "She's a friend of mine." "And?" The sword cultivator chuckled. "Are you trying to say that we have to pay a terrible price?" Yang Yi looked the sword cultivator in the eyes. "I don't know what happened, nor do I want to know. All I do know is that you tried to kill her and almost succeeded." The sword cultivator smiled. "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Both of you are going to die today." His sword suddenly shot at Yang Yi. But it only took a moment for the sword to be blasted away by another sword. The sword cultivator's pupils constricted at the sight of this. "You!" Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as it appeared, two flying swords flashed. They were absolutely swift. The sword cultivator hadn't even been able to react before they flashed through his throat. Hiss! His head flew up into the air. However, he wasn't dead because his soul had escaped his body at the last moment. The sword cultivator gazed at Yang Yi with shock in his eyes. "Why, you're Yang Yi." At this moment, he'd recognized Yang Yi. The other experts of the Lu clan were shocked as well, and they gazed at Yang Yi with shock in their eyes. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi. "This is the Lu clan, not the ancient sword sect." Yang Yi walked toward the old man. "I don't give a fuck. If you touch someone on my side, it's like touching me. If you do that, there are only two outcomes. Either I die, or you die." Chapter 2550. As soon as he said that, his sword left its sheath. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man slammed a punch at him. Just a punch. It seemed light as a feather and without any aura. It was like an ordinary punch from an old man. However, as soon as it slammed against Yang Yi's sword, Yang Yi's expression changed. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted backward with his sword, and he was pushed over 30 m back. A clear fist imprint had appeared on Executor. However, the imprint merely remained for a moment for vanishing. The old man glanced at Yang Yi's sword. "Executor!" Yang Yi glanced at his numbed arm. At this moment, there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. That punch was very powerful. The old man's full strength had been converged in his fist, and it had exploded forth upon coming into contact with Yang Yi's sword. It was like an erupting volcano that could obliterate the world. The old man wasn't weak at all. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, and the old man glanced at Yang Yi as well. "Sect Master Yi, let me emphasize again that this is the Lu clan, not the ancient sword sect. So, please know your limits. The Lu clan? Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings and smiled, but it didn't take long for his smile to become cold, and then his sword domain surrounded the area once more. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clenched his right fist. Meanwhile, Yan Yi arrived before the old man and swung his sword with both hands. 12 swings with the sword domain. The improvements in his body, realm of cultivation, and soul had allowed him to overlap 12 swings with the sword domain. When the final swing descended, the old man swung a punch as well. Bang! The sword domain vanished. Meanwhile, the old man was blasted over 300 m away. At that instant the old man stopped himself. His face instantly became unsightly because the middle-aged sword cultivator's soul had been sliced into countless bits. Because at the instant Yan Yi had repulsed the old man, 2 flying swords had shot out of the sword gourd. However, those 2 swords hadn't attacked the old man, they attacked the middle-aged sword cultivator. The middle-aged sword cultivator hadn't expected Yan Yi to dare distract himself while dealing with an ancestor of his clan, and just that lack of precautions had caused him to be killed by an attack from Yan Yi's flying swords. In the sword domain, even Lord Realm experts would find his flying swords difficult to resist. Not to mention that this Lord Realm expert hadn't taken any precautions. Moreover, the sword cultivator only had his soul left, so his strength wasn't even half of what it used to be. Once he sliced up the sword cultivator's soul, Yan Yi devoured it. Meanwhile, the old man's face was extremely unsightly. Yan Yi had killed an expert of the Lu clan in front of him, and even devoured that expert's soul. It was a slap on the Lu clan's face. The old man didn't allow his thoughts to run wild. He took a step forward, and then the ground beneath Yan Yi cracked apart. A wave of powerful energy surged up from underground and slammed against Yan Yi. Yan Yi didn't dare to act carelessly, and he soared up before stabbing his sword down. Hiss! A sharp sound of something being sliced apart resounded. Meanwhile, the old man took a swift stride forward and slammed a punch at him. Bang! The space around Yan Yi was instantly turned pitch black. At the same time, Yan Yi's figure was blasted over 1 kilometer away. If his body wasn't quite strong and even protected by sword intent, he may have been obliterated along with the space around him. The old man didn't stop and took another step forward. Suddenly, 2 flying swords shot forward. The old man grunted coldly and pressed his palm down lightly. The space before him swept forward like a storm. Bang! Bang! The flying swords were instantly blasted away. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly appeared before Yan Yi and slapped his palm at Yan Yi. Pure strength. Yan Yi didn't activate the sword domain because it couldn't endure the old man's strength. The old man had even almost destroyed it earlier with just a single punch. Sponsored content. The old man was no ordinary Lord Realm expert. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3ibfjkv. Yan Yi didn't shrink back. At the instant the old man swung a punch at him, 2 Yan Yis appeared before the old man. A clone. The Divine Avatar Technique. It was a powerful secret technique he'd obtained from the Desolate race, and this clone had 90% of his strength. 2 rays of sword energy descended. Bang! Bang! The swords forcefully stopped the old man's terrifying punch, but Yan Yi and the clone were blasted over 300 m away. Meanwhile, the old man was pushed around 30 m back as well. However, as soon as he stopped himself, 2 flying swords shot at him. This time, they were much faster than before. Besides an increase in speed, they were much stronger as well. Flash. Yan Yi had used flash as well. His swords were at the limits of speed that he could attain. However, the old man was still able to catch their movements. He unfurled his palms and grabbed both of them. But he'd underestimated the power of the energy and sword intent they carried. Moreover, they were divine treasures. As soon as he grabbed them, he immediately released them and moved around 100 m back. But as soon as he stopped there, his chest cracked open. It turned out that an invisible sword had struck him. The sword had stabbed around an inch deep when the old man grabbed eternal light with one hand. He hadn't even pulled the sword out of himself when Yang Yi appeared before him once more. A moment later, Yang Yi swung his sword with both hands. At this moment, Yang Yi's both turned ethereal. Sponsored content. The sword domain. 12 swings instantly descended. The force that erupted at the instant caused the space in a huge area to be instantly obliterated. The old man was instantly blasted away, all the way into the city. Moreover, countless cracks covered the old man's arms, causing blood to spray. Yang Yi stood outside the city with his sword in hand, and peerlessly sharp sword intent surged around him. Meanwhile, while the old man's arm had cracked open, it clearly wasn't a huge problem. The powerful aura the old man emanated even caused the space in a very huge area to ripple before it. The old man glanced at his arm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. He laughed with ridicule. Those who come after truly are greater. As expected of the number one genius in this universe's younger generation. If you're given some time, I'm afraid even old geezers like me will be no match for you. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fists. Shocked. At this moment, the old man was extremely shocked because Yang Yi was truly too young. He possessed such combat strength at such a young age. It made him seem like one of those geniuses who weren't restricted by their realms of cultivation. There was a type of genius in the world, and they weren't restricted by their realms of cultivation. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while Executor trembled in his grasp. The battle would break out at any moment. However, at this critical moment, the old man frowned, and then his aura was dispersed. Another short while passed, and then he glanced coldly at Yang Yi and left with the other experts of the Lu clan. It was sudden. Very sudden. Yang Yi glanced at the city. The Lu clan doesn't want to fight anymore? Yang Yi didn't give it too much thought, and just vanished into the sky. If they wanted to fight, he would accompany them, but not fighting was fine by him too. In any case, his main enemy was the Soul Sect. Once Yang Yi left, the white-haired old man from before, who was in the city now, gazed at a hall before him. Why? Sponsored content. A voice came from within. He isn't ordinary. The old man spoke solemnly. That friend of his killed a member of our clan, and he killed Lu Xiu too. A short while later, a voice came from within the hall. If we kill him, it's equivalent to moving the ancient sword sect's swords from the Soul Sect onto us. At that time, the Soul Sect can watch us fight with them. While the ancient sword sect isn't as strong as it used to be, they aren't very weak. Conversely, based on their success in repulsing the Soul Sect, they aren't just not weak, they are very strong. We will stay out of it for now and let them fight each other until both suffer enough losses, then we will reap the rewards. As for Yang Yi, it's fine. His end will come, one day. The old man fell silent for a long time, and then he sighed softly. Patriarch, a member of our clan was killed right at our front door, yet you are considering this and that. To be honest, while I really want to kill Yang Yi, I sincerely admire everything he has done. He's a young man full of hot blood. If my Lu clan had a young man like him, then even if we can't become the number one clan amongst all the clans here, we would not live a life of grievance and cowardice. He turned around and left. The patriarch? The old man naturally didn't fear the patriarch because even the Lu clan's patriarch had to address him as uncle. The old man was Lu Wuwei, an expert who was once renowned through Eternal Kingdom. All those years ago, his name was known throughout Eternal Kingdom. A sigh resounded in the hall. As the patriarch of the Lu clan, of course he desired to kill Yang Yi and make a show of strength after Yang Yi had humiliated his clan. But Lu Yanming, the patriarch of the Lu clan, sat at the seat of the host, and a petite young girl wasn't too far away from him. Her figure seemed to flicker between being ethereal and material, and if one looked carefully, one would notice that it was actually just a clone. But it was such a clone that made Lu Yanming feel like he was facing a formidable opponent, and he was extremely vigilant. However, Lu Wuwei hadn't noticed the presence of the young girl just now. Lu Yanming gazed at her and remained silent. She turned around and said, "The Lu clan doesn't have to vanish for now. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Chapter 2551. Once he left the Lu clan, Yang Yi didn't return to the ancient sword sect immediately. He found a place to recuperate first. He'd suffered severe injuries during the battle with the old man, especially when he used those secret techniques. Presently, he needed some time to recover and return to his peak. In the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi went over to Oblivion Maiden. At this moment, her injuries were almost fully healed by the primordial violet energy, and even the fox was healed. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they were fine. All that mattered was that they were safe and well. If something had happened to them, then not to mention explaining it to Nether Maiden and the others, he couldn't even let it go himself. Once she saw Yang Yi, she asked, "I didn't cause trouble. I asked about your whereabouts when I arrived in that city, and then one guy came before me and spoke rudely." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "There's no need to explain." She gazed at him, and he smiled. "All that matters is you're all right." She nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. After chatting with her for some time, Yan Yi returned to his cultivation room and started to recuperate. He was covered in injuries from the battle. It wasn't just his body, even his soul was severely injured after using those two secret techniques. But Yang Yi had gained a lot from the battle too. These ancient clans really did have numerous powerful experts. And the Soul Sect was on par with them, so it represented that the Soul Sect definitely had experts stronger than that old man from the Lu clan, and there may even be much stronger experts too. But he was the strongest in the Ancient Sword Sect for now. Once he fell, the Ancient Sword Sect would probably be crushed. It was a difficult situation. Yang Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He just focused on recuperating, and it took him around 2 hours to fully recuperate with the help of primordial violet energy. Once he was done, Yang Yi left the pagoda and shot into the sky. This time, he kept a very low profile and used his sword domain to conceal his aura. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword. At the moment he left the east region, something unexpected happened. The space around him suddenly turned ethereal. Theft is never good, try looking at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of this. The sword gourd trembled by his waist, and then 2 flying swords shot out and criss-crossed through the area. However, such powerful flying swords were blasted back by some unknown force. A short while later, the surroundings turned gray and boundless. The space here had been enveloped by a huge barrier. Yang Yi withdrew the universe seal and was about to use it when 2 black-robed figures appeared before him. There was strange black energy flowing around them. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the energy was actually souls that had been compressed. Experts of the Soul Sect. Yang Yi sized up both of them and said, "Fight me one-on-one if you dare!" Meanwhile, one of them stepped back, and he appeared 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was stunned. "You're really planning on fighting me one-on-one?" The black-robed man before Yang Yi raised his right hand slightly, causing countless strands of black energy to shoot out from his palm. These strands of black energy were like venomous snakes that shot at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because he noticed that they were actually numerous souls. Controlling souls? Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly against this attack. He patted the sword gourd lightly, and then 2 rays of sword energy immediately shot out from it. Actually, it was 3 swords, but one of them was invisible. The swords arrived before the black energy, but they were instantly corroded by the souls on contact. Moreover, the swords were bound by the black energy and were immobilized. The link between Yang Yi and the swords had been cut off. A moment later, the black energy arrived before Yang Yi. This time, he saw it even more clearly than before. There were numerous souls within the black energy. It really was souls that were being controlled. Sponsored content. Yang Yi took a small step back and swung his sword. It was Executor. As soon as his attack descended, the black energy at the front of the group was sliced into countless pieces. At the same time, Yang Yi used the soul-devouring technique to absorb all the fragments. Meanwhile, the black-robed man vanished on the spot. Hiss! 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 Horrifying hissing resounded abruptly. Yan Yi was shocked and tried to flash backward, but it was too late. Bang! Yan Ye's figure curved forward as it was blasted away. As soon as he stopped himself, the space around him cracked open, and then black strands of energy floated out from there and instantly enveloped him. Devouring! The black energy wasn't trying to devour his body, it was trying to devour his soul. It targeted the soul. At this moment, Yan Yi felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He was no soul cultivator, so once his soul left the body, his combat strength would drop drastically. Moreover, that wasn't the most important issue. The most important issue was that once he was in his soul form, his soul would be instantly devoured by the black energy. Yan Yi hurriedly calmed his heart and mind before activating the sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, the black energy around him instantly slowed down. He was forcefully suppressing them. Yan Yi grabbed this opportunity to swing Executor madly within the sword domain, and every single swing would slice open a strand of black energy. These strands of black energy weren't ordinary, but his sword was even more extraordinary. It could be said that if he didn't have Executor, he wouldn't be able to slice up these souls with such ease. But he had such a super divine treasure. So, not to mention souls, he could even slice up divine treasures. Soul after soul was being blasted apart within Yan Ye's sword domain, and every single destroyed soul was absorbed by Yan Ye's soul-devouring technique. Yan Yi was overjoyed by the purity of these souls. If he absorbed more of them, they wouldn't just greatly improve his soul, they would even be sufficient to help him attain the 5-world realm. Sponsored content, however, he'd clearly gotten ahead of himself. The black-robed man suddenly transformed into a ball of energy that vanished on the spot, and then countless strands of black energy filled the space within Yan Ye's sword domain. Bang! 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 Terrifying strands of energy erupted like a volcano within Yan Ye's sword domain. The powerful force of it instantly brought Yan Ye's sword domain to the verge of destruction. Yan Yi was stunned and hurriedly dispersed the sword domain before moving 300 m back. At this moment, his countenance was pale while blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black-robed man didn't stop attacking. He transformed into a ray of dark light that shot at Yan Yi. Everywhere it passed, space started burning and was obliterated. Moreover, strands of black energy soundlessly appeared all around Yan Yi and shot at him like venomous snakes. A vicious glow flashed through Yan Ye's eyes, and then a powerful aura swept out from him. A secret technique. Flash. At the same time, the blood vessels beneath his skin slowly started to tremble, and then powerful waves of bloodline energy condensed around him. Bloodline energy. This time, Yan Yi wasn't holding back at all. This fellow before him could even shatter his sword domain, so the black-robed man's strength was definitely stronger than the old man from the Lu clan. Once his bloodline was activated, the powerful aura Yan Yi emanated wasn't comparable to the 4-world realm at all. At this moment, his aura was comparable to the Lord realm. Moreover, Yan Yi used flash once more. Hiss! Yan Yi instantly vanished on the spot, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. Fast. It was a few times faster than before. Sponsored content. It was so fast that even the black-robed man was fearful of it. Hiss! 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 As these rays of sword energy flashed, it seemed like something was being sliced apart into bits all around here. It was the souls and the ethereal space here. It didn't take long for the souls to be sliced into bits, and the space here was on the verge of shattering. As for the black-robed man, he didn't attack again and just moved 1 kilometer back. The black-robed man hadn't chosen to go head-on against Yan Ye's sword energy, and had chosen to temporarily avoid it instead. He didn't fear Yan Ye's own strength, but he had to fear the sword in Yan Ye's grasp. It was a super-divine treasure. Just like that, Yan Yi sliced apart all the souls in front of him and destroyed the barrier around him by force. Moreover, he'd even retrieved his 3 swords in the process. Yan Yi and the two black-robed men returned to the outside world. After they returned to the outside world, the black-robed men thought Yan Yi would continue attacking, and so he remained absolutely vigilant. However, Yan Yi didn't attack. Yan Yi just transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. With the help of Flash, Yan Yi's speed was much faster than a Lord Realm expert. Both the black-robed men were stunned. He's gone? He fled? As far as Yan Yi was concerned, he naturally had to flee. If he was no match for them, he naturally had to flee. The facts proved that he had no chance of winning against them. Not to mention both of them, he didn't even have a chance against one of them. Being no match for his opponent wasn't embarrassing. But forcefully trying to fight a battle that could not be won wasn't just a loss of face, it would lead to a loss of life. Yan Yi had decisively chosen to flee. As for the two black-robed men, they were stunned on the spot. Didn't they say he's a tough and hot-blooded guy? He actually fled? Chapter 25:52 Flee. With the boost he obtained from Flash and his bloodline, Yan Yi's speed could be truly described as being at his peak. He was like a ray of light flashing through the air. Around 2 hours later, Yan Yi stopped at a mountain range, entered it, and concealed himself completely. In the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi sat cross-legged in the cultivation room and madly utilized primordial violet energy to heal himself. However, not long after he sat down, the black-robed men had appeared not too far away from where he was in the outside world. Yan Yi was shocked and hurriedly left the pagoda. As soon as he left the primordial pagoda, 2 rays of black energy descended from above toward him. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't try to fight back and just transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The 2 auras followed closely behind him. Yan Yi frowned in midair as he wondered how they had found him. After all, he was concealing himself with the sword domain. While he didn't know how they'd accomplished that, Yan Yi had learned something from this, and it was that the sword domain wasn't truly all-powerful. Moreover, he realized that the soul sect was stronger than he'd imagined. Because he had the boost from Flash and his bloodline, the black-robed men weren't able to catch up to him. But Yan Yi wasn't able to create distance with them either. They maintained a certain distance between each other. However, Yan Yi's secret technique would lose its effect soon. Once the effects of the secret technique faded, those black-robed men would catch up in an instant. Moreover, once the secret technique faded, his body and soul would be at their weakest, so he would be no match for them. While Oblivion Maiden, the Primal True Dragon, and the others were in the Primordial Pagoda, they wouldn't be of much help. Asking them to join the battle would only end in meaningless sacrifice. Those black-robed men were truly too strong, and even he wasn't able to resist them, let alone the others. Flee. However, Yan Yi didn't flee in the Ancient Sword Sect's direction. Fleeing toward the Ancient Sword Sect was very dangerous because they would certainly think that he would flee in that direction. Thus, it was very likely that they would send experts to obstruct his path. Thus, Yan Yi didn't flee toward the sect, he fled to the War Dimension. The War Dimension. Yan Yi used a teleportation talisman and arrived there. However, he was shocked to see the black-robed men appear there as well. They had teleportation talismans to the War Dimension too. What did that represent? It represented that they were from the War Dimension in the past. Just thinking about it gave Yan Yi a good understanding of their strength. After all, the War Dimension boasted the highest quality of experts. Yan Yi entered War City. War City was still under the demon race's control, and there were numerous powerful demons hidden within the city. Because Yan Yi sneaked in and had the sword domain to conceal his presence, he hadn't alarmed any experts of the demon race. However, those black-robed men were stopped by 2 powerful auras upon arriving before the city. An old man appeared in the air above the city walls and glanced at them. The Soul Sect? One of them nodded. The old man stated indifferently, "Your War Dimension's identity?" Meanwhile, one of the black-robed men flicked a pitch-black command token to the old man. The old man gazed at the command token for a long time before he gazed back at them. "So it's both of you. You're actually from the Soul sect. I'm truly surprised. They didn't offer any response. The old man didn't say another word and just vanished on the spot. The war dimension had its own enmities, and so long as these enmities didn't affect the foundation of the war dimension, then they would just ignore it all. We are bit. AY/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Just like this very moment. Sponsored content. Once he'd verified that they were part of the war dimension, the old man didn't pay any further attention to them. An identity from the outside world was useless here. If they were unable to prove their identity as a part of the war dimension, they would be immediately kicked out. It was the same for Yang Yi. Yet now, they were members of the war dimensions, so no one could drive them out. Once Yang Yi entered the city, he immediately went to the underground trade area, and then he sat down cross-legged and placed some things on the ground. A short while later, those two black-robed men arrived here. Even though Yang Yi was wearing a black robe, they still were able to immediately lock onto him. Yang Yi remained indifferent as he focused on healing. He needed to heal up first. It wouldn't take long, just around 2 hours at most. It could be said that because he had primordial violet energy, the side effects of secret techniques could be practically ignored. Of course, if it was anyone else, then such a secret technique would take days to recover from. The powerful auras emanated by the two black-robed men enveloped Yang Yi, and the others in the surroundings immediately gazed at the experts of the Soul sect. Were they going to attack? Everyone here was quite surprised because fighting was prohibited here. The experts from the Soul sect hadn't just released their auras, countless strands of black energy had appeared around them. They were really about to attack. Some of the people here left, but some stayed. Obviously, they planned to watch the show. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanxian, whom Yang Yi had met the other day, appeared here. Zhu Yuanxian could be considered as the person in charge of this area. Zhu Yuanxian walked over to them and asked, "Are you planning on fighting here?" One of them pointed at Yang Yi. "Him." Zhu Yuanxian glanced at Yang Yi. While Yang Yi was wearing a black robe, he still recognized Yang Yi, and felt quite the headache strike him. Sponsored content. He knew Yang Yi was using this place as a shelter. Zhu Yuanxian walked over to Yang Yi and laughed bitterly. "Brother Yi, I'm here to sell stuff," Yang Yi suddenly said. "What? I can't sell here?" Zhu Yuanxian glanced at Yang Yi, and there were 3 swords before Yang Yi. All of them were divine treasures. Zhu Yuanxian hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's the price?" Yang Yi replied, 3 world-born fruits each. It's fixed." Zhu Yuanxian's face darkened. 3 world-born fruits. It wasn't that these swords weren't worth such a price, the issue was that such fruits were practically extinct. The only one they had been sold to them by Yang Yi. Zhu Yuanxian laughed bitterly. "Sect Master Yi, we don't wish to interfere in the enmity between your sect and the Soul sect, so please." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand. You're afraid of the Soul sect, so you dare not let me sell things here. Right?" Zhu Yuanxian felt speechless. But Yang Yi packed up and said, "It's all right. If you refuse to let me sell here, I'll leave." "But," sigh, "I never expected you to fear the Soul sect." "Alas, don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it." "I definitely won't. I guarantee it on the character of the Soul sect's master." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Zhu Yuanxian's face was absolutely unsightly, and a short while passed before he said, "Sect Master Yi, please wait." Yang Yi stopped and gazed at him. "What is it?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Zhu Yuanxian smiled. "Sect Master Yi, you must be joking. How could I prohibit you from selling here?" "You can sell as you wish," Yang Yi asked. "Really?" Zhu Yuanxian smiled. "Of course." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Then I will." Yang Yi sat down cross-legged and placed the swords before him. While he called it selling these swords, he was actually healing. Sponsored content. Those experts from the Soul sect naturally understood that. So, they planned to attack after seeing Zhu Yuanxian make a compromise. Zhu Yuanxian's face turned cold when he noticed this, and then 2 old men appeared behind him. They instantly obstructed those 2 experts of the Soul Sect. Their auras weren't any weaker to the experts from the Soul Sect. The atmosphere here was slightly stiff. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanxian suddenly said, "We prohibit fighting here during business hours. So you can deal with your business once we've closed. It's just 2 hours away from the end of our business hours. You should be able to wait that long, right?" Zhu Yuanxian naturally wouldn't fight them to the death. They didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Yang Yi and the Soul Sect. The experts from the Soul Sect fell silent for a short while, and then they nodded. 2 hours. They were willing to wait that long. Similarly, they didn't want to fight this underground trade organization to death because while they didn't fear it, it wasn't worth it. Yang Yi would be the one who benefited if something like that really happened. Zhu Yuanxian nodded slightly when he saw them agree, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. "Good luck, Sect Master Yi!" He vanished with the 2 old men. Some of the other black-robed figures in the surroundings left, and only Yang Yi and the 2 black-robed men remained here. Yang Yi ignored them and continued recuperating. The experts from the Soul Sect didn't attack. They were waiting for the moment this trade area's business hours were up. Time trickled by, and it didn't take long for 2 hours to pass. The black-robed men were about to attack when a black-robed figure suddenly arrived at the street. Or to be more precise, the black-robed man arrived before Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the black-robed man, and the latter said, "How much is this sword?" Yang Yi was stunned. It was a very familiar voice. Chapter 2553 A Familiar Voice. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed figure with astonishment. The black-robed figure was completely covered beneath the black robe, so he couldn't sense or see anything about the person within. Who was it? Meanwhile, the black-robed figure took a sword and played with it while asking again, "How much is this?" Yang Yi cracked a smile. 2 world-born fruits." The black-robed figure shook their head. "I don't have those." Yang Yi shrugged to display that he was helpless too. The black-robed figure suddenly picked up eternal light. "This sword is quite interesting." As he spoke, he put it away. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The black-robed figure said, "In return, lend me this sword for now." As he spoke, he suddenly approached Yang Yi and spoke softly. "Run!" Yang Yi blinked, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. The experts of the Soul Sect were about to give chase when the black-robed figure suddenly waved their hand. A wave of silver light rippled out. The Soul Sect's experts were visibly moved by the strength contained within the silver light. However, they didn't give up on pursuing Yang Yi. One of them shot up into the air and chased after Yang Yi. As for the other black-robed man, he transformed into countless strands of black energy that rippled toward the silver light. Hiss! 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 As 2 waves of powerful energy slammed against each other, everything here started to be torn apart, but the 2 black-robed figures at the center of the vortex remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the black-robed man from the Soul Sect made a grasping motion, causing the space before him to twist into a vortex. At this moment, the space here had started to condense in his direction. He was like a black hole that was devouring everything here. The powerful devouring force from it didn't just devour the street, it was even trying to devour the entire city. At this moment, the entire city was alarmed. It only took a moment for a few powerful auras to arrive here. A short while later, the Soul Sect's expert and the other black-robed figure were asked out of the city, or to be more precise, they were asked to leave the war dimension. Both of them didn't put up any resistance. They couldn't. Meanwhile, Yang Yi dashed madly all the way, and it didn't take long for him to leave the battlefield outside the city. He hadn't gone off in search of Xing Biqing and Yi Jibei. He naturally couldn't drag them into this. Both of them had their own clans, and if he made them get mixed up in this, it would only put them in a difficult position. As for the black-robed figure from before, Yang Yi had actually guessed that person's identity, but he wasn't very certain. No matter what, it was fine so long as that person was on his side. Once he fled the city, Yang Yi noticed that he was still being pursued. But it didn't take long for him to stop because it was only a single person. One person! Yang Yi stopped decisively. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man while standing among the clouds. He knew the Lord Realm was divided into 3 grades, and this black-robed man was definitely not a Grade 1 Lord Realm expert. It was very likely that this black-robed man was a Grade 2 or even Grade 3 Lord Realm expert. He was very strong. That was Yan Ye's evaluation of this expert before him. Earlier, Yan Yi had used all his trump cards, yet he'd still failed to kill the black-robed man. He'd truly given it his all. He'd even used his bloodline. However, the black-robed man could still fight him with ease. If it wasn't for Executor, he wouldn't even be able to fight this black-robed man. Regardless of whether he admitted it, they weren't on the same level, and that was a fact. The black-robed man's figure suddenly became ethereal, and then black energy covered the sky. Every single strand of black energy was a soul. Souls. The soul sect had a secret technique to raise souls. It could be said that if Yang Yi didn't happen to possess a super divine treasure, he would be helpless against these souls. Because even divine treasures found them difficult to harm. Once these souls appeared here, all of them locked onto Yang Yi, and then countless souls converged upon Yang Yi. Powerful waves of aura and pressure swept toward Yang Yi, causing him to feel like his internal organs were about to explode. Sponsored content boom. A powerful wave of sword intent suddenly swept out of him. Lord Realm's sword intent. Once this sword intent appeared, the pressure that was squeezing down upon him was alleviated tremendously. An instant later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot with Executor in his grasp. A ray of light that was fine as a hair flashed through the air. Hiss! Along with the flash of light, the sound of something being sliced open resounded, and then the sword energy arrived before the black-robed man. The powerful sword intent within it sliced apart all the souls before the black-robed man. The black-robed man's figure suddenly became still. Meanwhile, the sword energy pierced through the black-robed man's figure. As soon as Yang Ye's figure stopped behind the black-robed man, his expression changed drastically, and then a soul hand appeared behind him. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The hand exploded apart, but Yang Yi was blasted away too. Meanwhile, 2 flying swords flashed. They emanated dazzling light as they shot at the black-robed man. However, they hadn't even been able to get close to him before they were blasted away by countless souls. Besides Executor, all of his other swords couldn't get close to the black-robed man. They stood around 1 kilometer away from each other. Suddenly, the soul sex expert stretched out his right hand, and then a pitch-black vortex appeared above Yang Yi. An instant later, a towering soul palm stretched out from within the vortex. Along with the arrival of the huge hand, a powerful and oppressive aura appeared here. All of it enveloped Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't even breathe. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while his body gradually turned ethereal. A moment later, Executor left its sheath. Sponsored content. Destroy it! Yang Yi shouted with fury as a sword shot up into the air. The sword swept up into the air like a brilliant sun, and the powerful aura that enveloped Yang Yi was instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the sword didn't stop and continued all the way up before stabbing the soul hand above him. At the same time, the hand grabbed Yang Ye's sword. Boom! The entire sky shook violently while the huge hand trembled as well. Cracks gradually appeared on it, and they grew in number. A few breaths of time later, the hand exploded apart. Bang! Bang! Terrifying waves of energy rippled out toward the surroundings. At this moment, both Yang Yi and the black-robed man were pushed backward by the aftershock. The only difference was that the black-robed man didn't take long to stop himself, while Yang Yi had been pushed over 10 kilometers away. As his figure was pushed back, blood kept spraying from his mouth. Obviously, Yang Yi was at a disadvantage in this collision. The black-robed man stood in midair before Yang Yi while countless strands of black energy surrounded him. More and more of this black energy was emerging from him, and they gradually covered the entire sky. As for Yang Ye's sword intent, it was instantly and fully suppressed by the souls. It was suppression due to the difference in their realms of cultivation. Suddenly, the black-robed man transformed into a black wave that swept at Yang Yi. At this moment, the entire sky was rippling. The powerful energy contained within the black wave was sufficient to obliterate the world. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly because he knew the black-robed man was going all out now. Yang Yi took a deep breath and clenched both his fists. Executors shook violently while rays of sword energy rippled out incessantly from it. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath his feet collapsed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot at the black wave. Sponsored content theft is never good. Try looking at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Hiss! This expanse of the world started to collapse and be obliterated. It couldn't endure the force of their battle at all. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his body was being torn apart because he was at the center of the attack from the soul sex expert. Rumble! Explosions and the sound of something being torn apart resounded incessantly through the sky. The battle here drew the attention of countless experts in the war dimension. It wasn't just human experts, even demon experts had been drawn over to it. On the city walls, two old men were watching the battle between Yang Yi and the expert from the soul sect. One of them, who wore a white robe, suddenly spoke softly. The young sect master of the ancient sword sect? The violet-robed old man beside him nodded slightly. Yes. The white-robed old man spoke softly. He's outstanding. It's rare to see someone at his age fight a peak grade 2 Lord Realm expert. The violet-robed old man said. The soul sect isn't ordinary either. Are the higher-ups really sure about letting them do as they please? The white-robed old man chuckled. It's true that the soul sect isn't ordinary. But the situation isn't the same as it was all those years ago. They can't do anything while that existence is present. As he spoke, he looked up at the scene of destruction in the sky. Actually, they shouldn't have treated the ancient sword sect like that. The ancient sword sect did its best during that battle all those years ago. While that sword master has passed away, the ancient sword sect still contributed to Eternal Kingdom. The violet-robed old man shook his head slightly. It's a cruel world. If that fellow was still alive, then all the powers and even that person would give him some face. If he asked, even we would be unable to refuse his request. Unfortunately, sigh. Everything is forgotten once a person is gone, the white-robed old man said. If it wasn't for the fact that our identities are a little special, I wouldn't mind lending them a hand. But, sigh. The violet-robed old man fell silent for a moment. Then let's help them. The white-robed old man gazed at the violet-robed old man, and the latter spoke softly. I seek to be able to rest at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed old man suddenly raised his right hand, and then the sky shook violently in the distance. A moment later, a strand of powerful energy swept out from the city walls. The violet-robed old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he waved his right hand. A ray of violet light surged up into the sky. Chapter 2554. In the distant sky, the soul sex expert who had an advantage in the battle suddenly stopped. It was because two waves of powerful energy were rippling toward him from the right. The soul sex expert didn't dare to act carelessly before him. He raised his hands, and then countless souls rippled out from him in an instant. Bang! Bang! Two rumbling explosions resounded through the sky. The souls exploded apart, while the black-robed man was pushed over 1 kilometer back. Once he stopped himself, he swiftly turned around and noticed that Yang Yi was gone. He closely clenched his fists from the sight of this, and then he gazed at the old men on the city walls. The old men displayed no fear and met his gaze. It was their territory. While the soul sex expert had suddenly vanished on the spot, a beam of black light slammed down upon War City. The two old men remained indifferent on the city walls. The violet-robed old man suddenly stretched out his right hand and flipped it. It seemed like he was flipping the world. We are bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Find us on Google. Bang! The black beam of light was blasted apart. But at this moment, the soul sex expert was in the sky above the city walls, and then a huge palm slammed down toward the city. If it struck the city, the entire city would probably explode apart. The violet-robed old man remained indifferent as he waved his right hand, and a spear suddenly appeared in his grasp. A moment later, it shot up into the sky and struck the huge palm. Boom! The entire palm exploded apart and was obliterated, but the wave of energy from the explosion rippled down. If it entered the city would still be unable to escape destruction. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man suddenly attacked. He just raised his hand and slapped his palm forward. Bang! A strand of invisible force rippled out, and the wave of energy was instantly obliterated. The entire sky above the city returned to normal. The soul sex expert intended to attack again, but a black-robed middle-aged man appeared in the sky above the city. It was the soul sex exalt. The black-robed man stopped when he saw the soul exalt and moved aside. The soul exalt gazed at the two old men on the city walls. What? Does War City intend to openly take the ancient sword sex side? The two old men gazed at him with indifference. The soul exalt glanced coldly at them. Or perhaps you would like to have a spar with my soul sect? If that's the case, how about I play with both of you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down slowly in the city's direction. The entire city shook before it like an earthquake was running through it. Actually, it was a wave of powerful energy that was destroying the city. If it wasn't for the powerful defenses of the city itself, just this palm alone would have obliterated the city. The soul exalt had clearly not held back. Waves of powerful energy were ceaselessly rippling down from above. The defensive formations of the city were active, but even they could barely stop the soul exalt's strength. The two old men had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They would naturally not just watch as the city was destroyed. Even if the soul exalt was a grade 3 Lord Realm expert. They charged up into the air. The soul exalt laughed coldly and pressed his palms down once more. Bang! Bang! The old men were suppressed back to the city walls. Even though they were only a grade apart, that difference in a single grade was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. As soon as they pressed back down to the city walls, that section of the walls collapsed into bits. At the same time, their bodies started to crack open and bleed. Suddenly, a woman in a green dress appeared in the sky above the city. She glanced coldly at the soul exalt and waved her right hand. Sponsored content. Bang! The soul exalt's energy vanished without a trace, and the city returned to calm. The soul exalt gazed at her and laughed coldly. I didn't expect Lady Lu Yuan to come in person. She glanced coldly at him, and then she suddenly raised her hands slowly. An instant later, a furious howl resounded through the surroundings. Bang! A ray of dazzling white light rippled out through the sky. The white light enveloped the soul exalt and the other expert of the soul sect, and then rumbling resounded once more in the sky above the city. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly vanished. Swish! A rift was sliced open in the sky above the city, and then a figure was blasted out of the city. It was the soul exalt. The woman gazed coldly at the soul exalt, and then she raised her palm once more and pushed it forward. Bang! No one saw what happened clearly, but the soul exalt was blasted over 3 kilometers away again. They were both grade 3 Lord Realm experts, but there was a difference even in the same realm of cultivation. The soul exalt glanced at his chest while he stood outside the city, and there was a clear palm print there. The soul exalt wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and gazed at the woman. As expected of the one who was once known as being the strongest in the war dimension. The strongest. The woman just stood there in the sky and glanced coldly at the soul exalt. This isn't a place that the soul sect can do as it pleases. She raised a finger as she spoke. If this happens again, even your sect master won't be able to stop me from killing you. Now fuck off. The soul exalt's face was extremely unsightly. What? The war dimension refuses to play by the rules? Sponsored content. Lu Yuan took a step forward, and she instantly arrived before him. The rules? That's up to me to decide. Do you have a problem with that? Overbearing. The Soul Exalt's face was extremely unsightly. Lu Yuan ignored him and just walked off through the sky toward the city. The Soul Sect is trying to devour the Ancient Sword Sect, and that's part of the affairs of the outside world. It has nothing to do with this place. But in my personal opinion, those clans and powers are fucking terrible. If that Sword Master hadn't led over 100 sword cultivators to obstruct the desolate Death Guard, nobody knows how many of the current clans and powers would still exist. And if he hadn't joined that fight, then based on his talent, living another 10,000 years wouldn't be a problem at all. She suddenly stopped walking and glanced at the Soul Exalt. But besides taking advantage of the situation for your own gain, what did you Soul Sect do all those years ago? You did nothing. So, from this moment onward, if anyone from the Soul Sect dares to step foot into War City, I'll kill them all. She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. The two old men turned around and left as well. The Soul Exalt's face was extremely gloomy. A long time passed before he left with the other black-robed man. At a mountain range, the Soul Exalt closed his eyes slowly, and the black-robed man stood not too far away from him. The black-robed man remained silent. A long time later, the Soul Exalt opened his eyes. I've found him. The black-robed man spoke solemnly. While he's young, his combat strength is formidable. It's difficult for me to kill him, even if I use my full strength. So why don't you kill him yourself, Soul Exalt? The Soul Exalt glanced at the sky. We underestimated him. He has the backing of some mysterious experts. They showed themselves when I attacked the Ancient Sword Sect that day. Mysterious experts. The black-robed man spoke solemnly. That person who obstructed Zwilung at the underground trade area? The Soul Exalt nodded slightly. That was just one of them. The Soul Exalt glanced at the surroundings and laughed coldly. There's one of them nearby right now. Go kill him. I've determined that he's heavily injured and can't run for long. The black-robed man nodded slightly and left. Once the black-robed man left, the Soul Exalt spoke indifferently. Show yourself. Nothing happened. Sponsored content. The Soul Exalt laughed coldly. I'm truly curious. I'm curious about why you're just stopping me but not fighting me? A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice resounded. I'm helping him raise a pig until he can slaughter it himself. The Soul Exalt's eyes narrowed slightly while killing intent surged within them. Once Yang Yi left the city, he shot forward madly on his sword. His skin was cracked and blood was seeping out through the cracks. He'd been severely injured during the battle just now. There was still a huge gap between him and the black-robed man, and even if he used all his trump cards, he was only barely capable of fighting the black-robed man. It was very difficult for him to win the battle. Now, he needed a place to heal. However, he hadn't even been able to stop for 10 minutes before he sensed an aura approaching rapidly. They just refused to give up. Yang Yi shook his head and hurriedly left the primordial pagoda, and then he vanished into the sky. Yang Yi noticed that the expert from the Soul Sect refused to stop pursuing him. He knew that he couldn't allow this to go on. Yang Yi shot through the clouds on his sword while a frown remained on his face. Even if he intended to fight the black-robed man, he had to heal first before continuing the battle. It wouldn't take long, just around 2 hours or so. But the expert behind him was rapidly closing the distance between them. Yang Yi suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and then he seemed visibly conflicted. But as the expert behind him grew closer and closer, that internal conflict vanished. Yang Yi sped up, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before an abyss. That abyss. As he gazed at the abyss, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Bless me, Snowy!" As he spoke, he leaped down into it. Chapter 2555 The Abyss. When he leaped down the abyss, Yang Yi knew very well what he was about to face. If he didn't jump down, he would have to fight the expert from the Soul Sect to the death. Based on his current state, he had no chance of winning. But if he jumped down, it was dangerous too. had naturally not forgotten the dangers he'd encountered down there, and he'd never forgotten the feeling he'd gotten at the time. But everything down there was unknown. His choice was to give it a try. So, Yang Yi leaped down the abyss. Not long after he leaped down, the expert from the Soul sect appeared by the abyss, and he was slightly hesitant as he looked down. It was a forbidden place. A forbidden place throughout Eternal Kingdom. The stronger a person was, the easier it was for them to die down there. If an expert at his level went down there, the consequence would definitely not be pleasant. So, to go or not to go? The black-robed man was in quite a dilemma. It didn't take long for him to decide that he should give it a try. Because all divine senses were isolated from the abyss, he couldn't scan it at all. So if Yang Yi fled from down below, all their efforts would have gone to waste. He didn't hesitate to jump in. However, it only took a moment for an explosion to resound, and then a figure was blasted out of the abyss. It was the expert from the Soul sect. His figure slammed against the ground, and his body instantly exploded apart. As for his soul, it turned utterly ethereal. He'd almost been killed. He gazed at the abyss with horror, and even his heart was trembling. Once he leaped into the abyss, it didn't take long for him to encounter the middle-aged man he met with Yi Jibei and Xing Biqing that day. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "Senior, long time no see." The middle-aged man shot a glance upward and gazed at Yang Yi. "Go further down. The Abyss Lord wants to meet you." The Abyss Lord. Yang Yi was shocked, and he wondered who it was. The middle-aged man turned around and descended once he finished speaking. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed him. Presently, he seemed to have no other choice. The abyss was much larger than Yang Yi had imagined, and he grew increasingly shocked as he descended further below. As he descended, he saw countless corpses that were floating all around the area, and he saw some treasures too. Divine treasures. All of them were divine treasures. They were just quietly floating there. Yang Yi was quite tempted by them, but he didn't try to take them. He knew he should keep a low profile in another's territory. Keep a low profile. Finally, they arrived at the bottom. Once they arrived at the bottom, the middle-aged man bowed slightly toward the distance and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi gazed into the distance. A young girl in a black plaid dress was standing there. She was just slightly older than Arya, and there were numerous bloody heads around her. At this moment, she was kicking one of the heads, and it was bouncing rhythmically on her feet. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then she stopped kicking, causing the head to roll off to the side. She walked over to a nearby wooden chair, sat on it, and looked down at Yang Yi. She just looked at him in silence. Yang Yi felt quite awkward, and he hesitated for a moment and said, The young girl suddenly asked. "She isn't with you?" Yang Yi gazed at her with bewilderment. "Huh!" She pointed at the nearby wall, and Yang Yi looked along her finger. A moment later he was stunned. Sponsored content. He saw something familiar on the wall. There was a demon beast on the wall. The back half of the demon beast was hidden beneath the darkness, and he could only see its front half. It wasn't the main point. The main point was the two horns on the top of its head. They were absolutely similar to Arya's horns. He'd touched Arya's horns, so he knew they were exactly the same. Yang Yi gazed at the young girl. "What?" the young girl asked. "Is she not with you?" Obviously, she was asking about Arya. Yang Yi nodded. "She went to play somewhere else." The young girl frowned slightly. "Play?" Yang Yi nodded. The young girl asked. "Play what? Is it fun?" Yang Yi felt speechless. She suddenly stood up, and then she appeared before him. She just appeared out of nowhere. Yang Yi's expression instantly became extremely solemn. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly stretched out her finger and pointed at Yang Yi's chest. "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you." Yang Yi was stunned speechless again. She pressed her palm against his chest, and then Yang Yi felt like he was frozen on the spot. Moreover, the world within the primordial pagoda seemed as if it was locked down by some sort of force. The entire primordial pagoda had been locked down. Even the pool of light soundlessly hid itself, and there was an arc of electricity left. A short while later, she removed her palm. You didn't lie to me. She really isn't here. She returned to her chair once she finished speaking. Yan Ye's body returned to normal, and so did the primordial pagoda. He took a deep and long glance at her and said, You know Arya? Arya? The young girl was quite curious. Her name is Arya? Yan Yi nodded. Sponsored content. The young girl nodded. She wasn't known as Arya in the past. Yan Yi hurriedly asked. Then what was she known as? Yan Yi had always been curious about Arya's origins. Unfortunately, very few knew about it. The young girl glanced at Yan Yi and said, She used to be called the Evil Sprite. Didn't she tell you? The Evil Sprite? Yan Yi was stunned. Isn't she a demon beast? The young girl replied with a question. Did I say she isn't a demon beast? Yan Yi was astounded. The Evil Sprite is a demon beast? The young girl nodded slightly. The Evil Sprite, the progenitor of all evil. She's also known as the source of all evil. She isn't ordinary at all. She's a type of demon beast, or to be more precise, a type of evil beast. Demon beasts didn't exist at that time. Yan Yi hurriedly asked. Evil beasts? The young girl said. This world. Right, the three-dimensional universe has a law. All things are divided into yin and yang, and there is right and wrong as well. You understand that, right? Yan Yi blinked and said, Not really. She shook her head and continued. If there's yin, there is yang. For example, men are yang and women are yin. It's a law of the three-dimensional universe, and it's the grand Tao all of you speak of. Besides that, there is good and evil. She is the evil beast, the progenitor of all evil. It can be said that she is a part of this three-dimensional universe. Or it should be said that she's a part of the laws of this universe. The evil beast. Yan Yi fell silent for a long time and said, Then are ordinary people a part of the three-dimensional universe? She shook her head. You were born by a person, and she was born from the evil thoughts of this universe itself. Understand? Yan Yi was shocked when he heard this. Why, you're saying, she is the universe? The young girl shook her head. She is the evil thoughts of the three-dimensional universe. Yan Yi gulped. Arya's origins were. It made him wonder if he should be nicer to her from now on. Yan Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked. If evil thoughts exist, there should be good thoughts too. So, is there a good sprite? She blinked. Isn't the good sprite with you too? Yan Yi was stunned, and then he spoke with astonishment. Why, you mean? Snowy? Snowy is the universe's good thoughts? Snowy? She frowned slightly. I don't know what her name is. All I do know is that I sensed her aura from you. But she isn't complete. Yan Yi was puzzled. What do you mean? The young girl said. According to my knowledge, she was blasted apart into many pieces, and some of them were obliterated. As for the rest, they scattered all over the universe. Sponsored content. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. OY/3IBFJKV. Needless to say, Yan Yi was extremely shocked. Arya was the evil thoughts of the universe, and Snowy was its good thoughts. Then, there was another problem. Shouldn't both of those little fellows be utter enemies? Why were they so close? So close that they could lick the same tongue? Or perhaps there was a mistake somewhere. Meanwhile, the young girl said, Please bring them along if you come again. I want to meet them. Yan Yi glanced at her, and then he hesitated for a moment and asked, do you know them? The young girl shrugged. I know the Arya you mentioned, but I don't know Snowy. However, since Arya is friends with her, I'm sure I can do the same. Yan Yi asked, Are you friends with Arya? She replied with a question. Can I? Yan Yi was stunned and hurriedly nodded. Of course you can. But I'm just really curious about how you two met. She replied. I lost a battle many years ago and almost lost my life. She helped me, so I owe her. Yan Yi asked curiously. Who did you fight? She glanced at him. You ask a little too many questions. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She walked off to the side and continued kicking her ball. I don't really like being disturbed here, and people who do come here turn to this. She pointed at a nearby head. Yang Ye's lips twitched. Fortunately, he had area. If it wasn't for area, he would probably have suffered a similar fate. The young girl added, If I let you leave just like this, will you be killed out there? If someone kills you, who will bring her to me? I can't let that happen. She gazed at Yang Yi. I must make you stronger before I let you go. Yang Yi blinked. I can't let you help me like that. Chapter 25:56. Even though he said that, he was inwardly overjoyed. Help him become stronger. It was like good fortune had dropped down from the sky. It was a change in his luck. How could he allow such a rare opportunity to slip by? Before she could even say anything, Yang Yi hurriedly said, You're absolutely correct. I'm too weak now, and I'm afraid I won't get to see tomorrow's sun if I leave now. I need to grow stronger. She sized up Yang Yi and said, Can you endure suffering? Yang Yi spoke seriously. Yes. I'm very good at it. The Abyss Lord nodded slightly and waved her hands. The bodies of you humans are very intriguing. It's like a small universe, and your strength is determined by how much of this universe you can unearth. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, Can you tell me about that in more detail? She kicked her ball as she said, The level of a person's achievements is determined by how far that person can develop his or her brains. Simply speaking, cultivating the Tao is actually cultivating the brain, it's the development of your own brain. Of course, it's not entirely accurate, but it's roughly like that. She glanced at him and continued, Your brain hasn't been developed much, but your body has been developed quite a bit. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, she added, Do you want to develop your brain or your body? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Can I do both? She suddenly stopped kicking the ball and glanced at him. It'll be very painful. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi replied seriously. I'm not afraid. She nodded slightly. What's your strongest ability? Yang Yi quickly replied. The sword domain. A domain? She glanced at him and was quite curious. Let me have a look. Yang Yi hurriedly activated it. The sword domain enveloped the entire abyss. However, he noticed to his shock that he couldn't sense the young girl at all. He couldn't sense her at all. Yang Yi was about to ask about it when she suddenly said, What the heck? She stomped her right foot down. Bang! Something seemed to explode apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi felt his mind go blank, and then he crashed to the ground. Destruction of his domain. His sword domain had been destroyed by a single stomp from her. Along with its destruction, Yang Yi fell unconscious. She glanced at Yang Yi and shook her head slightly. So weak! She continued kicking her ball. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi regained consciousness. However, his head throbbed when he awoke. It was like his head was filled with lead. It felt like his head was about to explode. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to stand up, but he noticed to his shock that he actually didn't have any strength to stand up. You're awake? Meanwhile, her voice resounded. Yang Yi looked over and saw her looking at him. Yang Yi shook his head forcefully again and asked, Why? She asked. What do you mean? Yang Yi replied. Why did you attack me? She walked over to him. I wanted you to understand that your so-called domain is so weak. Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? She shook her head. Do you know what a true domain is? Yang Yi asked without even thinking. What is it? The young girl explained indifferently. A domain is something that stands independent of the three-dimensional universe and four-dimensional universe. There is a difference between such domains. For example, you have a sword domain, and someone else may have a saber domain, spear domain, or something else. Simply speaking, The domain transcends three-dimensional space and does not exist in four-dimensional space either. But your domain? She shook her head. Sponsored content, Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What about my domain? She glanced at him. It hasn't even transcended three-dimensional space. Yang Yi was stunned and asked. So, my domain is fake? She shook her head. It isn't fake, it's just not high-level enough. It's linked to your cultivation and experience. You're lacking in knowledge and cultivation, so it makes sense that you're incapable of truly forming a domain. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. How do I form a true domain? She shrugged. How would I know? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. She sat back on her chair and said, It depends on you. However, I can strengthen your domain slightly, or perhaps I should say that I can fortify it slightly. Fortify it. Yang Yi quickly bowed. Please provide me with your guidance, she said. Your domain is too fragile. It's of great help to you in battle, but it's a lethal weak point as well. If you can fortify it, then this flaw cannot be exploited that easily anymore. She glanced at him. Activate your domain. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and did as he was told. Meanwhile, she tapped her right foot down. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi's domain shattered, and Yang Yi was blasted away. At the same time, he felt like a sledgehammer had slammed against his head, and along with a heavy and intense wave of pain, Yang Yi fell unconscious. She glanced at his unconscious figure and shook her head slightly. Weak! Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi woke up again, but the pain still remained. Especially in his head. He felt like his head was about to explode. It was extremely painful and uncomfortable. Around an hour later, the pain finally started to fade slowly. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly said, Continue! Yang Yi was lost for words. When she saw the bitter expression on his face, she said indifferently, What? Didn't you say that you're not afraid of pain? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Will just destroying it constantly really make it stronger? Sponsored content. The young girl spoke indifferently. When a sword becomes a peerlessly powerful sword, how many heavy blows has it endured? How many times was it burned by blazing hot flames? You are a sword now, and my method is to destroy your domain. As I destroy it, you'll get used to having it destroyed, and it will naturally become fortified. Besides that, your endurance will grow tremendously too. Haven't you noticed? You're regaining consciousness a little faster now. Yang Yi's face darkened because she was trying to make him resistant to attacks. She suddenly said, If you're unwilling, you can leave. But you're not allowed to step foot into this place again. Of course I'm willing. Yang Yi spoke seriously. I trust you. Since you're willing to waste your time on helping me, it's a huge honor for me. So, how can I not trust you? He immediately activated the sword domain once he finished speaking. She glanced at him and tapped her foot down again. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi's sword domain shattered, and he was blasted away again. Living was worse than death. It was such a horrible feeling. It was extremely horrible because every time the sword domain shattered, his soul, spirit, and even body would be heavily injured. It could be described as severe injuries in all aspects. But he noticed that every single time it was destroyed, he would regain consciousness a little faster than before. For example, now that it had been destroyed almost 100 times, it only took him an hour to regain consciousness. That was an hour faster than when he started. Besides that, he noticed that it didn't hurt as much anymore. Was it really working? Just like that, Yang Yi had his domain blasted apart over and over again at the bottom of the abyss. Time flashed by, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 7 days, Yang Yi spent most of his time unconscious. He'd forgotten how many times he'd had his domain destroyed. All he did know was that it wasn't that painful anymore, and it only took less than 10 minutes for him to regain consciousness now. The time it took him to regain consciousness was growing shorter and shorter. Just like that, 10 more days passed. Yang Yi didn't know how many times he'd fallen unconscious throughout these 10 days, but he'd gradually noticed that it really wasn't that painful anymore. Moreover, he only lost consciousness for a short while now. 3 days later. Now, he didn't lose consciousness when the sword domain was destroyed. But while he didn't lose consciousness, he would still turn extremely pale and be in bad shape. Sponsored content. She glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "How do you feel?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Very uncomfortable." She spoke indifferently. "Now your domain's endurance is much stronger than before. Now that its endurance is stronger, it will be stronger in other aspects too. You can give it a try." "Other aspects?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he activated the sword domain. Once it appeared, he sensed many things in the surroundings. Like 2 old men in the darkness nearby. The old men had been there all the time, but they had never shown themselves. Besides that, he sensed some cold and gloomy auras. But he still couldn't sense the young girl. The young girl was right in front of him, and his domain had enveloped her, but he still couldn't sense her presence. As if she knew what Yang Yi was thinking, she suddenly said, "It's normal for you to be unable to sense me. It's because you're in my world." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Your world?" She raised her right hand slightly. In an instant, the space here shook, and then Yang Yi's domain vanished. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. She glanced at him and said, "This is my domain." Yang Yi's face stiffened, and he asked, "Why you have a domain too?" She replied with a question. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she waved her hand lightly. The space before Yang Yi instantly warped, and then it gradually turned ethereal. After that, a strange scene appeared there. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, and then his figure curved and was blasted away. Meanwhile, an aged voice resounded from behind the young girl. "Master, at his current level of cultivation, he can't come into contact with that world." She shrugged and continued kicking her ball. Chapter 2557. A long time passed before Yang Yi regained consciousness. He looked up, and the young girl was still kicking her ball. He noticed that she was always kicking it. Since the beginning, and even until now. She was constantly kicking it as if she was very bored. She suddenly asked, "You're awake?" Yang Yi nodded. What was that?" She replied indifferently. "Four-dimensional space." "Four-dimensional space." Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "It really exists?" She nodded. Yang Yi said, "If there is four-dimensional space, is there five-dimensional space? Six-dimensional space? Or seven-dimensional space?" She glanced at him. "Four-dimensional space is the highest known level of space in the universe. As for whether there's five-dimensional space, I don't know." "Right, that old man with the bamboo chest may know the answer. If even he doesn't know, then I'm afraid only that existence in four-dimensional space is aware." "The old man with the bamboo chest?" Yang Yi asked. Do you know anything about him?" She shook her head. "All I do know is that he has existed since a very, very long time ago. He existed even before I did." "Right, he may have even existed before Arya did." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "He seems to think highly of you. Of course, according to my knowledge, he has helped many people, and you are just one of them." Yang Yi fell silent. The old man with the bamboo chest. Four-dimensional space. Area, and this abyss lord. All of this had surpassed the scope of his knowledge. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Since the beginning, he noticed that as he grew stronger, he would feel even smaller. Was the boundless universe really without an end? Was it really that endless? Yang Yi didn't linger on this question. These were things that made no difference even if he learned about them now. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and started recuperating. An hour later, he'd recovered and activated the sword domain. He was sensing the changes in it. Yang Yi had his eyes closed as he carefully sensed everything around him, but he didn't notice anything different. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then two swords shot forward. Hiss! Hiss! They shot through the sword domain. Yang Yi suddenly grinned. Strength and speed. He noticed that their strength and speed were much greater than before. Besides that, he sensed that his sword domain seemed to feel solid. Simply speaking, its defense had grown stronger. Now, even Grade 2 Lord Realm experts were absolutely incapable of destroying it. Not to mention Grade 2 Lord Realm experts, even Grade 3 Lord Realm experts would find his sword domain difficult to destroy. It represented that if he encountered that expert from the Soul Sect again, he didn't have to worry about having his sword domain blasted apart. It was an indirect increase in his strength. Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, "Do you want to improve your body?" "Improve the body?" Yang Yi was delighted and quickly replied, "Of course." His body was at the 4-world realm right now, and he would be at the 5-world realm if it improved further. Once that happened, his cultivation could rise to the 5-world realm as well. At that time, he would be just a step away from the Lord Realm. Besides that, the gap between him and Lord Realm experts would shrink tremendously. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to think of something, and he hurriedly asked, Improving my body wouldn't be by suffering a beating, right? I have to say that my body has been beaten up too much, so I'm afraid it won't be effective. Thus, it's best to improve it with some natural treasures instead." She gazed at him and remained silent. Yang Yi was slightly anxious. "I am not lying," she said. "Your body is weak, very weak." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She spoke seriously. "Let's compare it to a sword. If a sword isn't tempered sufficiently, it won't be sharp. Your body is a sword that hasn't been tempered well. Understand?" Yang Yi gulped and said, So are you trying to say that you can help me with that?" She nodded. "Yes." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and hesitated for a moment. "You won't beat me to death, right?" That was what he was worried about the most. Sponsored content. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. If she didn't hold back, then he may really be hammered to death. She blinked. "How could I bash you to death?" Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear." Suddenly, she appeared before him. "Are you ready?" Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Will you really not bash me to death?" She spoke in a very serious manner. "I won't." Yang Yi took a deep breath. "Let's do this." She punched him as soon as he said that. It struck his stomach, and it seemed like such a light punch. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away, and his body cracked open in midair while blood sprayed from it. However, his body stopped cracking when it was on the verge of shattering. Obviously, she'd controlled her strength well. Yang Ye's figure slammed against the abyss wall, causing it to shake violently before he crashed to the ground. His eyes turned white as he fell unconscious. Blood sprayed from his body that was on the verge of falling to pieces. Now, even a child could shatter his body. She glanced at Yang Yi and said, "He's not dead. I didn't lie to him, right?" An aged voice resounded from behind her. "You didn't, it's just that living is worse than death now." Just like that, Yang Yi remained unconscious for an entire day and night. When Yang Yi regained consciousness, his body had recovered by around 80%. However, the tearing feeling still remained in him. Moreover, it was very intense. At this moment, he would rather remain unconscious. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly said, "I used a special form of energy that will remain within you and ceaselessly tear open your cells. Of course, it will only tear them open and won't destroy them. It will just be a little painful, so you just have to endure it." "A little painful?" Yang Yi almost leaped up and cursed at her. That was just a little pain. It was worse than death. Yang Yi felt like his body was being slowly sliced open with a blade. No, it was worse than that. It was being stabbed repeatedly with a needle. Sponsored content. Every needle stabbed into the bone. It was horrifying. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly said, "If you can't endure it, you can just tell me. I won't force you." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. At this moment, he adjusted his mentality toward all of this. He was asking her for help and not the other way around. He gritted his teeth and endured it. One had to endure enough suffering to achieve greatness. The ancient sword sect was still waiting for his triumphant return. Just like that, the following days became an unforgettable experience for Yang Yi. She was truly ruthless toward him. Every single attack of hers would put his body at the brink of shattering, and once he recovered with the help of his primordial violet energy, she would do it again, shatter and repair. An endless cycle like this. If it was just his body that was cracking open, he would be able to endure it well. After all, he'd experienced that on countless occasions. The problem was that it didn't stop there. Every punch of hers carried a form of mysterious energy that attached itself to him. The energy ceaselessly tore open his body, and it wasn't just his body, it didn't even spare his bones and meridians. He was being torn apart over and over again. As for the effects, he didn't care about that right now. All he cared about was whether he would survive this. For the next 2 weeks, the young girl did 2 things every day. The first was playing with her ball. She seemed to never get bored of kicking it, or it should be said that she had nothing better to do. As for the other thing, it was to punch Yang Yi. There was a time that she seemed to be in a slightly bad mood, and she didn't control her strength well. That punch almost blasted Yang Yi to death. Fortunately, Yang Yi was tenacious and managed to hold on to his last breath while the primordial violet energy brought him back from death's door. The young girl seemed to feel quite embarrassed by it, and started holding back a little more. Just like that, life was worse than death for Yang Yi every single day. A month later. Bang! At the bottom of the abyss, Yang Yi was punched flying by the young girl again, and he flew all the way to the abyss's walls. Sponsored content. Yang Yi crashed to the ground, but it didn't take him long to crawl back to his feet. She glanced at Yang Yi and didn't attack again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was stunned once he crawled back on his feet. I didn't fall unconscious? When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. I'm even able to stand on my feet again? Yang Yi gazed at her. Senior, did you hold back? She replied indifferently. Your body has advanced. Advanced? Yang Yi was stunned once more. A short while passed before Yang Yi scanned his body. Sure enough, his body was at the 5-world realm. I attained the 5-world realm from getting beaten up. Yang Yi carefully inspected his body once more. This time, he noticed something different. His body was very, very solid. It wasn't that his body was tense, it was that the internal structure of his body had undergone a qualitative transformation. It was like how a piece of scrap could become a sword after being repeatedly tempered for thousands of times. Now, his body was extraordinarily solid. It could be said that it was so solid and strong that even the primal true dragon may not be able to compete with him in this aspect. No, it wasn't just a possibility, he had surpassed the dragon. However, it should be inferior to Arya a little, or actually, by a lot. Arya's body was horrifyingly abnormal. The young girl suddenly said. You can leave now. Yang Yi was stunned. Leave? She spoke indifferently. You can take a beating now, so you won't die that easily. Go on. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She continued kicking her ball and ignored Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Wanna come with me? You can go have fun outside. Outside? She stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Is it more fun than kicking a ball? Yang Yi replied seriously. It's much better. Chapter 2558 Leave. Yang Yi was quite excited because if he could take her with him, then the soul sect would be trash. It would take a single swing of her palm. She was an extraordinary source of backing. Meanwhile, the young girl was tempted by Yang Ye's suggestion as well. However, a voice came from not too far behind her. No! Yang Yi looked up into the darkness, and he saw an old man walking out slowly from there. The old man went over to the young girl and bowed slightly. Master, if you leave, the world outside won't be able to endure your presence. You know that well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurriedly said, I have a world in me, the primordial pagoda. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. It's just a mid-level world, and the world outside is a high-level world. Even a high-level world cannot endure my master, let alone that mid-level world of yours. Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the young girl spoke abruptly. Can I suppress my cultivation? Yan Yi blinked. You can. The old man was stunned. She nodded slightly. It shouldn't be a problem. She gazed at the old man as she spoke. The old man shook his head slightly. It's too dangerous. Dangerous. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched. Yan Yi wondered if he meant that it would be dangerous for her, or if she would be a danger for the outside world. She shrugged. I've been here for far too long. I'm really bored. The old man bowed slightly. Master, you've endured it here for so long. Is this short amount of time really worth it? Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly said, Senior, I'll take good care of her out there. I take care of her? Meanwhile, a powerful aura enveloped Yan Yi. How will you do that? You can't even take care of yourself. Besides that, don't think I don't know what you're planning. Do you know what will happen if Master heads outside? You don't. Yan Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, the young girl spoke abruptly. I guarantee that I won't fight, all right? The old man wanted to say more, but the other old man suddenly stepped forward. Shah Ji, just let our master go outside for a stroll. Yan Yi gazed at the old men. Both of them wore black robes, and he couldn't differentiate them at all. The old man called Shah Ji gazed at the other black-robed man. Sang Mu, don't you know what the consequences are? Master will. Sang Mu shook his head slightly. Master just has to avoid fighting. She's been with us old geezers for countless years, and she has truly suffered. So, let her go have a look at the outside world. Moreover, there are countless experts in this era and in this universe, so going to have a look at them isn't a bad thing. Shah Ji wanted to say more, but the young girl had already started suppressing her cultivation. It took her an entire 2 hours. She was constantly growing weaker. She finally stopped when the old man nodded. Yan Yi was utterly flabbergasted. It had taken this long just to suppress her cultivation. So, what was her cultivation? Once her cultivation was suppressed, she gazed at Yan Yi and pointed at his body. Shall I go inside? She didn't wait for Yan Yi to answer her, and just entered the primordial pagoda. As soon as she went inside, Yan Yi staggered for a moment, and almost fell to the ground. Yan Yi was shocked. At that instant, he felt like he'd suffered a heavy blow, and a wave of heaviness surged through him. It was because of the young girl. Yan Yi gazed at the two old men, and they were looking at him too. Meanwhile, Sang Mu suddenly said, She's just going out to have some fun. Understand? Yan Yi nodded. I understand. Sang Mu added, If you make her fight outside, your enemies will die, but you will die too. Yan Yi was puzzled. Why? Sang Mu shook his head. There are many things I cannot explain to you. You just have to know that you should never let her fight unless there's no other way. It's for her own good, and yours. Yan Yi glanced at the old man and nodded. Sponsored content. Yan Yi didn't leave immediately, and he advanced to the five-world realm before leaving. When he was about to leave, the old men appeared before him again. Sang Mu pointed above them. See those divine treasures? Yan Yi hurriedly nodded while feeling inwardly overjoyed. Are they going to give them to me? Meanwhile, Sang Mu poured a bucket of cold water on him with these words. Once she's had enough fun, all of them will be yours once you bring her back. You can't have them yet, understand? Yan Yi was stunned speechless. Just like that, Yan Yi left while feeling disgruntled. He'd thought that he was taking a powerful expert with him, and she could be his guardian. But now it seemed like she may not be his guardian but his bane instead. She couldn't help him in battle. If she did, he would die. What the heck was that? At the bottom of the abyss. The two old men watched Yan Yi leave in silence, and a long time passed before Shah Ji suddenly asked, Why? Sang Mu spoke softly. Did you see that sword cultivator from the other day? Shah Ji fell silent. Sang Mu continued. This era isn't our era anymore, and it doesn't belong to Master either. But we can't underestimate this era either. It isn't a bad thing to let her come into contact with this era. Moreover, even if that kid is weak and doesn't have the right to fight for the right to enter that door in the future, don't forget that he has the sprite progenitor and evil progenitor with him. It isn't bad for our master to get to know them. Shaji shook his head slightly. I'm afraid that while it isn't a bad thing, it may not be a good thing either. Sangmu fell silent. Along with the departure of their master, the abyss fell deathly silent. In the primordial pagoda, the young girl curiously sized up the surroundings, and it didn't take long for her to arrive at the primal true dragon's territory. The dragon was lying there, and it opened its eyes and glanced at her upon noticing someone entering its territory. She glanced at the dragon and asked, "Are you a dragon?" The primal true dragon was stunned speechless. Sponsored content. She walked over to it, sized it up slowly, and then shook her head. What a weak dragon, and such a weak bloodline. You're far, far too inferior when compared to that dragon from all those years ago. The dragon was furious. It was an insult. A wave of powerful dragon pressure swept out from the dragon and pressed down upon her. The dragon hadn't tried to kill her. While it didn't know why she was here, it knew that since she was here, that represented that she knew Yang Yi. So, it had held back. The young girl didn't try to get away from it, and just allowed the pressure to descend upon her. Or to be more precise, it just vanished upon arriving around her. It vanished completely. The dragon was stunned by the scene. She shook her head and left. Once she left the dragon's territory, she went over to the chaotic fruit tree. She was quite curious as she gazed at the tree. Your fruits are barely passable. She waved her right hand, and one of the fruits on the tree flew into her grasp. After that, she took a bite. At this moment, the tree was furious. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Even Yang Yi didn't dare to just take its fruits. A wave of powerful energy rippled out from the tree, and its target was the young girl. She took another bite from the fruit, glanced indifferently at the tree, and then just allowed the energy to slam against her. A breath of time later, she was still standing there eating the fruit. The tree trembled for quite some time before gradually calming down. She took another fruit and left. The tree didn't dare to make a single sound. Once she left the chaotic fruit tree, she went to the world-born fruit tree. Her gaze descended upon its fruits, and it didn't take long for her to finish eating the chaotic fruits. She was about to pluck a world-born fruit when one of them suddenly left the tree and floated over to her. She just took it as if it was a matter of course and started eating. It didn't take long for her to finish it. Meanwhile, another fruit floated over to her. She took the fruit, glanced at the tree, and then waved her right hand. A strand of mysterious energy enveloped the tree. Sponsored content. It formed an independent pocket of space. A world of its own. At this moment, the world-born fruit was trembling. Because at this moment, it wasn't restrained by the three-dimensional universe anymore. While it hadn't transcended the scope of the three-dimensional universe, it wasn't restrained by the laws of the three-dimensional universe. It could grow freely without any upper limit. It was overjoyed. It could be said that once Snowy returned and nurtured it well, it would transcend its limits and become an existence comparable to super-divine treasures. It was something that countless living beings dreamed of. The facts proved that knowing how to act as a tree was important. She'd taken 2 of its fruits, and it had given them to her in such a sensible manner. So, she felt that she had to do something in return. She left while eating the second fruit, and it didn't take long for her to arrive near the pool of lightning. A young girl was lying there. It was Lei Lin. Lei Lin was nibbling on a ball of lightning essence. Lei Lin glanced at the young girl, and then she pointed at the lightning essence and spoke in a melodious voice. Want some? The young girl glanced at Lei Lin and shook her head. She hesitated for a moment, and raised the fruit in her grasp toward Lei Lin. Want some? Lei Lin shook her head, and then she went over to the young girl and asked curiously, What's your name? What's my name? The young girl thought for quite some time and replied, Chi. Lei Lin blinked. Chi? The young girl frowned and thought for a long time before she said, Chibitian. The three-dimensional universe's heavens has 9 levels, and I'm 1 level higher than that. Chibitian. Chapter 25:59. The young girl and Lei Lin were clearly a good match, and the two little fellows talked for a long time. As for the pool of lightning, it clearly feared the young girl quite a bit. It calmed down upon her arrival, and it didn't even reveal a thread of lightning. Just like that, the young girl, Chibitian, took up residence in the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yan Yi had left the abyss, but he didn't see a sign of that black-robed man from the Soul Sect. Obviously, the black-robed man had left. Yan Yi felt that it was quite a pity. Because he was at the 5-world realm now, and it wasn't just in his cultivation, his body was at the 5-world realm too. Moreover, the strength of his body wasn't inferior to the primal true dragon. He really wanted to fight the black-robed man. Battle! He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Unfortunately, that expert from the Soul Sect had left. Yan Yi didn't stay here and left. He went to War City. However, an old man stopped him before he could even go inside. The old man was one of the old men who'd helped him stop the Soul Sect's expert that day. It was all thanks to those 2 old men that he'd been able to escape that day. Yan Yi bowed slightly to the old man. Thank you for the help earlier. The old man sized up Yan Yi and said, You can't enter the city. Yan Yi was stunned and asked, Why? The old man replied indifferently, You've been expelled from the war dimension. Yan Yi spoke with astonishment. I've been expelled? Who did it? Who? The old man replied indifferently. The higher-ups. Yan Yi refused to accept it. Tell them to come out here. I'll fight them one-on-one. Suddenly, a ray of white light shot down from the sky. It was so fast that Yan Yi wasn't even able to react before it slammed against him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yan Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yan Yi shuddered as he laid there on the ground. Meanwhile, the old man walked over to Yan Yi. Do you still want to fight them? Yan Yi crawled up slowly from the ground and shot a glance up into the sky. He could sense a pair of eyes staring at him. Yan Yi moved his gaze away and spoke seriously. It's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. The old man glanced at Yan Yi and sighed softly. Leave. We broke the rules by interfering before. Moreover, the war dimension doesn't hope for the enmity between you and the Soul Sect to be brought here. So, the members of the Soul Sect and the disciples of your sect have been temporarily expelled from the war dimension. All of you are prohibited from coming here until your business is resolved. Yan Yi fell silent. The old man added, If the Ancient Sword Sect is unable to avoid destruction in the end, you can come here. So long as you become a member of the war dimension again, then the higher-ups will keep you alive. Yan Yi shot a glance into the sky and smiled. I appreciate it. As he spoke, he gazed at the old man. Can I go inside the city? Don't worry, I won't cause trouble. I just need to conduct some business in the underground trade area. I'll leave once I'm done. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yan Yi cupped his fists. Thank you. He entered the city once he finished speaking. The old man sighed softly on the spot. Yan Yi went to the underground trade area again, and he met the mysterious figure in that dark house. Yan Yi went straight to the point. Where are the people I'm looking for? The mysterious figure replied. We don't have the whereabouts of 2 of them. As for the rest, we have practically determined their locations. It won't take long before they'll come to you, if they are willing. 2 hadn't been found. Sponsored content. Yan Yi frowned slightly. Which 2? The mysterious figure said. Sky Maiden and Blood Maiden. We did locate Blood Maiden previously, but it only took a while for her to vanish again. As for Sky Maiden, we'll try our best. But the chances of success are slim. Sky Maiden! Blood Maiden! Yan Yi fell silent for a short while and nodded. Thank you. He turned around with the intent of leaving. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure suddenly said, You came out of the abyss. Yan Yi stopped and gazed at him. You're quite amazing to even be aware of that. The mysterious figure asked. Have you been to the bottom of it? Yang Yi smiled. Why? The mysterious figure fell silent for a short while and said, I'll be frank. If you know what lies at the bottom of that abyss, you can make a trade with me. Yang Yi shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. A trade? Yang Yi knew that Chi Bitian and those two mysterious old men wouldn't want him to expose their existence to anyone. The mysterious figure didn't say anything while Yang Yi shook his head instead. Don't ask for something beyond my ability. The mysterious figure sighed softly. All right. Take care. Yang Yi cupped his fist and left. Not long after Yang Yi left, a voice resounded in the house. He has definitely been there. The mysterious figure replied. I know. The voice spoke once more. He was actually able to reach the bottom and return alive. He has many other secrets that we aren't aware of. The mysterious figure replied softly. The universe is boundless, so how much can we even figure out? The bottom of that abyss isn't part of the three-dimensional universe, but it may not be the four-dimensional universe. Just take it slow. We'll figure it out one day. Sponsored content. The house fell silent. Yang Yi left the underground trade area but didn't leave War Dimension right away. He went to see Yi Jibei and Xing Biqing. They were meeting up. They sat cross-legged together at the top of a mountain. Both Xing Biqing and Yi Jibei were silent. Yang Yi smiled. Don't make this seem so serious. I'm just here to see both of you. Because I may not get to return once I leave this place. Xing Biqing asked. Were you expelled from the War Dimension? Yang Yi nodded. Xing Biqing spoke softly. I expected that to happen. You did? Yang Yi was quite curious. How did you know? She replied softly. Your identity is quite special. Once you arrived here with the experts of the Soul Sect, you got into a huge battle, and so I knew the War Dimension would definitely not just stand by idly. This place has a single objective, to stay united against our enemies. Even if we train through battle, it's at a level that is within the control of the higher-ups. But the enmity between you and the Soul Sect is clearly out of their control. So, the best method is to make both of you leave. Both of you can resolve your issues outside the War Dimension and not lead the flames of war into here. Yang Yi smiled. As you expected, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to return here once I leave. Xing Biqing glanced at Yang Yi. You don't really have to return to the Ancient Sword Sect. Based on your strength and talent, so long as you're willing to stay here and stop interfering in the Ancient Sword Sect's business, then the higher-ups will definitely keep you safe. Even if they refuse to protect you, I can ask the Xing clan to do it. So long as you're at my Xing clan, the Soul Sect would be helpless against you. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I appreciate it, I really do. But I'm sure you're aware that the sword cultivators of the Ancient Sword Sect have placed their full confidence in me. If I leave now, what would they do? They will become part of the death caused by the Soul Sect. Xing Biqing spoke solemnly. Allow me to be honest, your return may not be able to change anything. The Soul Sect has been growing for countless years, and even my Xing clan can't see through them. This time, they are determined to obtain the Ancient Sword Sect. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goal and get that location above the spirit vein, so that they can become one of the great powers of Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi smiled. Then I'll just fight them. Xing Biqing sighed softly and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi glanced at them. What about the both of you? Are you going to stay in the War Dimension forever? Xing Biqing replied. No, we have to help deal with many things in our clans. She seemed to have thought of something at this point. She paused for a moment and asked, You've been to the Desolate Race? Sponsored content. Yang Yi glanced at them. Obviously, they knew who he was. He smiled. I have. Xing Biqing asked. What do you think? Yang Yi replied softly. The Desolate is very strong, and their patriarch is unfathomably strong. They fell silent. Yang Yi added, Moreover, there is just one voice in the Desolate Race. They are very united. But Eternal Kingdom has many different voices. Meanwhile, Yijibei, who'd been silent until now, spoke abruptly. Actually, Eternal Kingdom is very united too. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. The Eternal Lord Token. Yang Yi was puzzled. The Eternal Lord Token? Xing Biqing smiled. It's a command token. Every organization, clan, and person in Eternal Kingdom must obey it. Even the Soul Sect has to obey it. It's the main reason why they exist in Eternal Kingdom. If they refused to acknowledge that command token, they would have never been able to survive here. Of course, the command token cannot be used to interfere with the internal affairs of any power. It's only to be used in the fight against the desolate race. The Eternal Lord Token? Yang Yi asked. Where's the Eternal Lord? In the Xing clan? The two of them exchanged glances and shook their heads. Even they didn't know the answer to that. Yang Yi had more questions, but he suddenly frowned slightly, and then he stood up. Xing Biqing asked, Has something happened? Yang Yi nodded and spoke solemnly. Something happened in the ancient sword sect. I must rush back immediately. Until we meet again. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. They exchanged glances and sighed softly. Search bit. LY/3IBFJKV for the original. In the primordial pagoda. While Yang Yi left the war dimension, the young girl, Qi Bitian, had arrived at the ascension platform. She glanced at it and muttered softly, Why does this look quite familiar? Chapter 2560. Qi Bitian scanned it for a while, yet she still couldn't recall anything. In the end, she gave up. She kicked it lightly and left. The ascension platform trembled lightly before returning to normal. Qi Bitian was curious about everything in the primordial pagoda. She was extremely curious, and took a look at everything in here. Once she told the others that she was Arya's friend, the demon beasts and sprites within the primordial pagoda were instantly welcoming toward her. Once she found out that all the demons had their own territory, she immediately found a perfect place to be her own territory. It was a natural waterfall not too far away from the sword sect. She made a bamboo house there, and she even moved the world-born fruit tree and chaotic fruit tree to the area before her bamboo house. Those trees were naturally incapable of resisting her. A bamboo house with a waterfall to its back and two trees in front of it. Yang Yi allowed Qi Bitian to do as she pleased. Of course, he didn't have the strength to do otherwise. Moreover, he didn't have the time to deal with her. However, after repeatedly requesting her help, Qi Bitian finally agreed to help him train the dragon and the other demons. Thus, their days of pain arrived. Qi Bitian's method of training was as violent as Arya. It was simple and direct. It was to get beaten up. Beaten up to the brink of death. So, howls of pain resounded through the pagoda. Outside the primordial pagoda. Once Yang Yi received Sword Scroll's transmission, he'd immediately left the war dimension and rushed back to the ancient sword sect. The ancient sword sect. Sword Scroll, Gunan, and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the ancient sword sect's pillar of support now, so nothing could be allowed to happen to him. Previously, Yang Yi seemed like he'd gone missing, and they'd been extremely anxious throughout this time. Once something happened to Yang Yi, the ancient sword sect wouldn't be able to resist the soul sect at all. Yang Yi summoned Oblivion Maiden from within the primordial pagoda. She wasn't very interested in the ancient sword sect's business, and she just went off to look for Nether Maiden and the others. Once Oblivion Maiden left, Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. What happened? Sword Scroll replied solemnly. Our disciples have died inexplicably lately. Inexplicable? Yang Yi frowned slightly. I need the details. Yang Yi nodded. Not too long ago, a disciple suddenly died miserably. His soul was gone, and his head was placed at the foot of the mountain. But that was just the beginning. After that, more and more disciples died. At this point, 28 of our disciples have just died without making a sound. Presently, our morale is very unstable, especially in the outer court and inner court. Yang Ye's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Obviously, it was the soul sect. The Soul sect had started taking action again. But they were using a different method. Yan Yi asked, "Have the formations in the sect been activated?" She nodded. "Yes, but it didn't change anything. Our disciples were killed even when the formations were active. Elder Gu Nan even stood guard there, but even he couldn't find the person responsible for those deaths. It's very strange." Yan Yi was about to speak when a disciple suddenly walked into the hall. The disciple was stunned upon seeing Yan Yi, and then he hurriedly bowed. "Sect Master," Yan Yi asked, "do you need something?" That disciple spoke solemnly. "Another senior brother of ours is dead." Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Take me there." Just like that, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a bloody head and corpse there. Both of them were separate. Just like before, the corpse's soul was gone. Yan Yi asked, "Did it just appear here?" The disciple nodded. "Just a short while ago." Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings. Meanwhile, an old man appeared at the side. He was an elder of the sect, and one of the few Lord Realm experts left in the sect. He'd been constantly standing on guard here. Yan Yi gazed at the old man, and the latter shook his head. Yan Yi moved his gaze away and activated the sword domain. The sword domain enveloped the surroundings, but he still didn't discover anything. A short while later, Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Just go do what you're supposed to be doing. I'll deal with this matter." The others exchanged glances and left. Sponsored content Sword Scroll asked, "Have you discovered something?" Yan Yi nodded slightly. "A little." She asked softly, "Are you confident?" Yan Yi smiled. "Let me try." Sword Scroll nodded and left. Once she left, Yan Yi returned to his above and entered the primordial pagoda. Yan Yi arrived before Qibitian's bamboo house. At this moment, she was kicking a ball, but it wasn't a human head. It was a ball made of rattan. As for why it wasn't a human head, it was because Yan Yi told her that kicking a human head would terrify Lei Lin and the others. Qibitian clearly cared quite a bit about Lei Lin, so she gave up kicking human heads and chose to kick the rattan ball Yan Yi prepared for her. In any case, it was still a ball. Lei Lin was seated on the steps outside the bamboo house while holding a huge ball of lightning essence in her arms. Since that pool of lightning arrived, she never lacked lightning essence. Lei Lin's eyes lit up when she saw Yan Yi, and she hurried over to him. "Big brother." Yan Yi took her in his arms and smiled. "You seem to have grown a little." Lei Lin blinked. "Really?" Yan Yi nodded in an extremely serious manner. Lei Lin immediately kissed Yan Yi on the cheek, but it electrocuted Yan Yi to the point of shuddering. Yan Yi quickly placed Lei Lin back on the ground. After she started eating lightning essence all day, she frequently released arcs of lightning unconsciously, and they were quite terrifying too. While they weren't lethal to him, they were absolutely not merely capable of causing a slight tingle. Qibitian glanced at Yan Yi. She didn't say a word and just continued kicking her ball. Yan Yi grinned as he walked over to her. Is your stay comfortable?" Qibitian spoke indifferently. "You need some help, right?" Yan Yi's smile stiffened. While she seemed so carefree at most times and seemed like a young girl, just like Arya. However, Yan Yi knew that she was actually very mature. Very, very mature. But just like Arya, she has some neuroticism. Sponsored content Yan Yi spoke seriously. "I want to seek your guidance in something." Qibitian continued kicking her ball and remained silent. Yan Yi continued. "Anyway, I encountered a mysterious person. That person is killing in my ancient sword sect, and that person is able to kill without making a sound. Moreover, even if I use the sword domain, I can't sense that person's presence at all. So," Qibitian suddenly said, "two possibilities. The first is that person's strength far surpasses your own. As for the second, that person has a special cultivation technique, secret technique, or some other special ability. However, since it was even able to escape detection when he used the sword domain, it's very likely to be a type of domain." "A domain?" "The space domain." At this moment, Yan Yi thought of the woman in a black dress. Yan Yi spoke solemnly. Do you know about the space domain? Chi nodded. Yang Yi asked. So can you tell me about it? Chi glanced at him. Why should I? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chi continued. I don't feel like getting mixed up in a kid's game. A kid's game. Yang Yi's face darkened. The fight between the ancient sword sect and the soul sect was just a kid's game to her. Yang Yi would naturally not give up just like that. So, he fully displayed the laws of shamelessness is power. Around an hour passed. Yang Yi was still outside the bamboo house. 2 hours passed, and he was still there. In the end, Chi glanced at Yang Yi. Do you know how to kick a ball? Yang Yi blinked and hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Just like that, Yang Yi started to play with Chi. They spoke as they played. In the beginning, they spoke about their game of kicking the ball, and as they spoke and spoke, they moved to the space domain. Sponsored content. Chi kicked as she explained. The space domain is a type of domain. It's a domain that uses the three-dimensional universe as its foundation, and it's formed with the space of the three-dimensional universe at its core. Simply speaking, someone who has comprehended the space domain can temporarily escape three-dimensional space. As for your domain, it can only cover three-dimensional space, and it cannot sense space outside three-dimensional space. Yang Yi took the ball she kicked over to him and casually asked, Isn't the space domain invincible? Invincible? Chi laughed coldly. It's just a mere space domain, how could it be invincible? Do you know what's the greatest among all domains? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, The sword domain? Chi glanced at Yang Yi. Your skin is really thick. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chi raised a finger. Among all the domains, there isn't a strongest domain. Because the strength of a domain depends on its owner. If someone is strong, then even if that person has no domain, that person can still kill someone with a domain. So, domains are strong because of their owner. But some domains are extremely special and mysterious. If you encounter them in the future, you should be careful. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What domain? Chi replied. A domain known as the Devour domain. It possesses the ability to devour, and it can even devour the space in the three-dimensional universe. However, someone who possesses such a domain wouldn't dare to act rashly. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Chi explained. The three-dimensional universe is no fool. How could it possibly allow someone to devour it? Yang Yi asked. Then, bam! Suddenly, Chi smashed the rattan ball in front of her. She glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Can you let me finish? Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chi continued. Besides that, there is another extremely mysterious domain. The temporal domain that can reverse time. Of course, it's quite a profound domain that's difficult to master, and the slightest mistake may even reverse the user out of existence. Right, I just thought of another one, the death domain. It can control souls. Once it's activated, all souls within it would be under the user's control. Oh, right. There's another one, the life domain. It's a special domain that can understand life, measure life, and take life without the other person realizing it. She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and continued. Do you know what domain I possess? Yang Yi shook his head and asked curiously. What is it? Chi replied. I don't want to tell you. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2561. Chi really did refuse to tell him, and just kept him guessing. Yang Yi was full of curses. Endure it. Endure it. Yang Yi squeezed out a smile. Let's get back on topic. How do I deal with the space domain? Chi glanced at Yang Yi. You can do it by force. Yang Yi asked. But what do I do if I can't find the person? Actually, he didn't fear the space domain, but the problem was that she refused to show herself. If that woman in a black dress refused to show herself, he would be helpless against her. That was the crux of the issue. The reason he'd come to Chibitian was to find out if she had a way to locate the woman who was hiding in her space domain. Chibitian put the ball down and went over to sit at the steps before the bamboo house. At your current level of strength, it's truly difficult to locate someone like that if that person is intent on hiding. Yang Yi remained silent. Was it really impossible to resolve? Meanwhile, Chibitian continued. But there is a way. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What is it? Chibitian replied. I don't want to tell you. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was on the verge of madness. After all, she was just constantly refusing to tell him anything. He really was no match for her. Otherwise, he would definitely beat her up. At this moment, he felt that area was so cute. Yang Yi calmed himself. He knew he could use force against her. If he did, she would flare up, and once that happened, no one could stop her. Flatter her. Yang Yi walked over to Chibitian and smiled. How about we play together once Arya and the others return? Arya is very fond of kicking balls around too. I can even get a few more others to join. It'll definitely be fun. Chibitian thought for a moment and said, That does sound pretty good. Yang Yi hurriedly said, Of course, we'll split ourselves into 2 groups and see who wins. All right? She glanced at him and said, It's a pretty good idea. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and sighed softly while sitting at the side. Chibitian asked, What's wrong? Yang Yi sighed softly. Sigh, I have so many things to do outside. A mysterious expert has been really troubling lately. I am afraid I won't have time to play. Chibitian frowned slightly. That person with the space domain? Yang Yi nodded slightly. Yes, I'm so helpless against her. You're such a fool. Meanwhile, Chibitian spoke abruptly. Don't you know how to lock down that expanse of space? Lock it down? Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? Chibitian spoke indifferently. I mean you should lock down this expanse of space. That person with the space domain can only temporarily escape the 3-dimensional universe. In other words, she has to return to this space, and when she does that, there will be changes in the space here. Perhaps others may not be able to discover those changes, but you possess the sword domain, so you can. She will be where the changes occur. Chibitian suddenly stood up at this moment. Besides that, you can analyze the expanse of space she was last seen at. How? Use your sword domain. You may not be able to affect her, but you can destroy the space she was in. Once the space there is destroyed, you can use the fragments of space there to detect her aura. Understand? Yang Yi gazed at Chibitian for quite some time, and then he nodded. I understand, I do. Chibitian nodded slightly, and then she walked away. But right when she was about to enter the bamboo house, she suddenly said, Don't forget your promise. She entered the bamboo house. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hurried out of the primordial pagoda. We are bit. AY/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. The Ancient Sword Sect. Sponsored content. A few more disciples had been killed while Yang Yi had been in the primordial pagoda. Just like before, their head and headless bodies were at the foot of the mountain. Needless to say, news of this had spread throughout the sect. The disciples of the sect weren't afraid of going head-on against the experts of the soul sect, but the unknown was the most terrifying. Because they couldn't even see their enemy. Panic had started to arise in the ancient sword sect. Once Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, he immediately used a myriad world diagram to envelop the ancient sect, and then he covered the sect with his sword domain. Spatial fluctuations. Just as Chibitian had told him, he was trying to look for spatial fluctuations. So long as there was a slight fluctuation in space throughout the sect, he would sense it clearly. Just like that, time passed by. 2 hours later, Yang Yi grinned, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Yi appeared out of thin air at the abode of a disciple. Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded within the courtyard. Yang Yi waved his right hand. The door swung open, and the disciple within had his head separated from his body. But the room was empty beyond the corpse. A ferocious grin curled up on Yang Yi's face, and then he stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space he resided at instantly exploded apart, and transformed into a black hole, and then he vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed through the black hole. Bang! Something seemed to be torn open in that black hole, and then a figure appeared there. It was the woman in a black dress from the Soul sect. She stared at Yang Yi. How did you locate me? Yang Yi scanned her and said, I was right. It is you. Sponsored content. She laughed coldly. So what if you have discovered my presence? As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually turned ethereal. You think you can escape? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then a wave of powerful energy enveloped the surroundings. It was the sword domain. An instant later, rays of sword energy crisscrossed. These rays of sword energy just attacked everything in the area to destroy everything here, including the dark matter and space. Because while the woman could use her space domain to escape three-dimensional space, she didn't have the ability to enter four-dimensional space. In other words, she would have to return to three-dimensional space. Yet now, his random attacks had just one objective, and it was to destroy everything in the area. Sure enough, Yang Ye's crazy wave of destruction forced her to counterattack, and a mysterious ray of black light appeared abruptly. Bam! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted backward. It didn't take long for the space before him to surge, and then it rippled toward him in waves. At the same time, Yang Yi sensed a strand of pressure. It was a powerful wave of pressure coming from the surrounding space. Obviously, this space wasn't the three-dimensional space, or to be more precise, it wasn't entirely three-dimensional space. There was some other type of space here. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Suppression. At this moment, he was using the sword domain to suppress the space with everything he had. As he suppressed it, the space here gradually calmed down, but the energy still remained. Two types of domains were clashing. The woman was hidden while Yang Yi was out in the open. A long time passed like this before Executor suddenly left the sheath by Yang Ye's waist and shot up into the air. Hiss! Sharp sounds of something being sliced open resounded. Sponsored content. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the dark matter and space here exploded apart. At the center of it all, Yang Yi and the woman in a black dress were both impacted by the powerful aftershock from it. Both of them were blasted away, and they flew over 3 kilometers away. At this moment, they were both in the sky above the sect. They stood in confrontation from afar. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she wanted to flee, but it was impossible. Because besides the experts of the ancient sword sect, there were 4 other women down below. Nether Maiden's group. At this moment, all of them were looking at her. They hadn't received Yang Ye's approval, so they refused to interfere in the battle between Yang Yi and the woman. But if she tried to flee, they would stop her. Besides the myriad world diagram and the sword domain, Boundary Maiden's barrier had locked down the surroundings too. It was a complete lockdown just so that the woman couldn't escape. The space domain was unlike the sword domain. It was much more mysterious, and it was especially when it came to escape and concealment. If she hadn't attacked again earlier, he wouldn't have been able to locate her, even if his sword domain covered the entire sect. There would be no spatial fluctuations while she remained perfectly still. Unfortunately, she was too confident about her space domain. She knew Yang Yi had activated his sword domain to locate her, yet she'd still decided to kill someone. In the sky above the ancient sword sect, she glanced coldly at the experts down below, and looked at Yang Yi. She ridiculed. Sect Master Yi, are you going to gang up on me? Gang up on you? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Is that even necessary? She laughed coldly. Then how about we fight one-on-one until one of us dies? One-on-one? Yang Yi chuckled. Alright, let's do it. However, you won't be leaving this sect no matter what. Your head must be used as an offering for those dead disciples. You want my head? Her cold smile gradually widened, and she pointed at her own head. My head is right here. Come take it if you can. Chapter 2562. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of sword energy tore through the space above the ancient sword sect, and powerful sword intent and sword energy rippled through the sky. In the air above the ancient sword sect, the woman's figure gradually turned ethereal, and then the space around her surged. An instant later, a wave of powerful energy rippled out through the sky. Meanwhile, Yan Ye's sword arrived. Hiss! Bang! In the sky above the sect, an ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then that expanse of space was obliterated beneath Yan Ye's attack. After that, a figure was blasted out of there. It was the woman in a black dress. Force. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yan Yi chose to use force to overcome her space domain. Any domain, even his own, could be destroyed by force. All it took was a sufficiently strong attack. At this moment, Yan Yi was at the five-world realm, and he'd improved in every aspect. Coupled with the face that he was using executor, his full strength could destroy her space domain without facing too much difficulty. A single attack destroyed her domain. In the sky above the ancient sword sect, the woman stopped around 1 kilometer away from where she'd been. Her countenance was pale, her entire body had cracked open, and blood was spraying from her. Getting one's domain destroyed was a very harmful thing. She looked up at Yan Yi. "You're much stronger than before." "Much stronger." When she fought Yan Yi the other day, while Yan Ye's strength wasn't bad, it wasn't as strong as it was right now. Yan Yi couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on her, and he just charged at her. A single attack. Bang! That expanse of space before Yan Yi was instantly obliterated, and the woman was blasted away from within it. She flew all the way out of the ancient sword sect. But she was still within the scope of the myriad world diagram. However, the myriad world diagram was utterly incapable of trapping her because she possessed the space domain. Meanwhile, the woman didn't try to fight Yan Yi to the death. At the instant she'd been blasted away, her figure flashed and used space to teleport into the sky. How could Yan Yi allow her to escape? 2 flying swords shot out from Yan Ye's waist. Far away in the sky, 2 rays of sword energy flashed, and then the woman was forced to a stop. Meanwhile, Yan Yi appeared before her and swung his sword. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. That expanse of the sky was instantly obliterated before it. The woman's pupils constricted. This attack had shattered the space throughout the surroundings, and that was no different than shattering the foundation of her space domain. But she didn't wait for death to arrive. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and then her body exploded apart. An instant later, a powerful wave of soul energy surged out like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The powerful wave of soul energy instantly blasted Yan Yi away. She didn't attack again and just shot off into the sky. She detonated her body to execute that attack, so only her soul remained now. Thus, it was impossible for her to defeat Yan Yi, who was holding a super divine treasure. Flee! She didn't try to fight him to the death. Staying alive was most important. Unfortunately, she forgot that she was within the ancient sword sect's territory. So, she hadn't even gone 300 m away before a woman appeared in front of her. It was Nether Maiden. Nether Maiden gazed at her. "Didn't you want a one-on-one battle?" The woman gazed coldly at Nether Maiden. "You believed a lie like that?" She crushed a black talisman once she finished speaking. Sponsored content. Boom! A powerful aura swept out from within her, and then an ethereal shadow appeared in front of her. The woman glanced coldly at Nether Maiden and the others. "We'll meet again very soon!" As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. Yan Yi and Nether Maiden were about to stop her when the ethereal figure suddenly raised its hands. Bang! The entire sky started revolving strangely, and then rays of powerful soul energy erupted from that strange expanse of space. At this moment, the entire ancient sword sect was severely affected. If Sword Scroll hadn't quickly activated the sect's formations, it would have been obliterated by now. Just like that, the energy surged for around 10 minutes before the sky gradually calmed down again. At this moment, Yan Yi and Nether Maiden were standing side by side. Both of them weren't in a very good state. Especially Yan Yi, his entire body had cracked open. Nether Maiden was in a comparatively better state because she'd been standing behind Yan Yi just now. A long time passed before Yan Yi's body gradually recovered, and he gazed at Nether Maiden. "Are you all right?" She shook her head slightly and looked into the distance. The ethereal figure was gone. Nether Maiden said, "That figure's main body is even stronger." Yan Yi nodded. "The main body of that figure may even be the Soul Sex Master, and even if it wasn't the Soul Sex Master, it was definitely an extremely terrifying existence." The Soul Sect was very strong. They returned to the sect. Yan Yi returned to his abode because Sword Scroll and Elder Gu Nan were there to deal with the sect's affairs. Yan Yi went back into the primordial pagoda. This time, he felt that he was still lacking. Or it should be said that he needed to grow stronger. Yan Yi went to the bamboo house to see Chi Bitian. At this moment, Chi Bitian wasn't playing with her ball, and she was playing Gamoku with Lei Lin instead. They were having an absolute blast. Lei Lin was very happy to see Yan Yi, and she immediately abandoned the game and went over to grab Yan Yi's hand. Chi Bitian glanced at Yan Yi with displeasure. "Why is this guy so annoying? He's disturbing my game." Sponsored content. Yan Yi rubbed Lei Lin's head, and then he led her over to Chi Bitian and smiled. "Continue your game, go on." He knew that he couldn't interrupt Chi Bitian's fun. That young girl did everything based on her mood. If her mood was good, she would be willing to help him with anything, but if her mood was foul, she would help with nothing and may even beat him up. Lei Lin sat before Chi Bitian. Suddenly Yan Yi spoke with surprise. "Whoa! Gamoku! You actually know how to play it?" Chi Bitian glanced at Yan Yi. "Do you?" Yan Yi replied seriously. "Of course. Before I stepped onto the path of cultivation, my dream was to become a great master of Go. Moreover, I planned to hold a Gamoku tournament in that world of ours. Unfortunately, I had to step onto the path of cultivation in order to survive." Sigh. "A Gamoku tournament?" Chi Bitian blinked. "One that many people will play together?" Yan Yi nodded. "Yes." She spoke softly. "That should be quite fun." Yan Yi spoke seriously. "Of course. Anyway, you seem really good. How about we play a game?" Chi Bitian glanced at Yan Yi. "Let's play." Yan Yi nodded and started playing with her. It was a truly intense game between them. In the beginning, it was a very aggressive battle, but Yan Yi was always a step behind at the end and lost to her. Every time that happened, Chi Bitian would smile like a child. Finally, after losing 8 times, Yan Yi sat at the side in dejection. Meanwhile, Lei Lin blinked. She felt that something was off because Chi Bitian's skill was terrible. Chi Bitian couldn't even defeat her. Lei Lin wondered if it was because she was an amazing player. Thinking of that made her extremely happy. Meanwhile, when she saw the dejection on Yan Yi's face, Chi Bitian consoled. "Don't be like that, you're very good too." Yan Yi sighed softly. "Not as good as you." Chi Bitian smiled brilliantly while revealing undisguised complacency. As if she couldn't bear to strike another blow to his confidence, she hurriedly restrained her smile and consoled him again. "Your talent isn't bad. If you work hard, you'll have a chance at defeating me." Yan Yi sat up and said, "You're right, I must work hard." "All right, let's continue." Chi Bitian was naturally pleased with that. Sponsored content, so they started again. It was a close battle, but Yan Yi was still a step behind and lost. This time, he didn't get dejected. He continued playing with Chi Bitian, but he still lost. Chi Bitian was smiling from ear to ear. After countless games, Yan Yi suddenly spoke casually. "Little Chi, can you help me with something?" They had gotten closer through these games. Previously, he called her senior, and she didn't really like that method of address. So, she told him to call her Little Chi instead. Chi Bitian was in a very good mood and didn't even hesitate to ask. "What is it?" Yan Yi withdrew Executor and placed it by the Go board, and then he spoke casually. This sword was sealed, and so its strength isn't fully released. I'm very weak and unable to undo the seal. Can you help me instead? Of course, we can continue playing if you think it's too difficult. As he spoke, he snuck a glance at her and was rather nervous. Chibitian glanced at the sword. Her gaze stopped on it for a moment, and then she put down another piece while she said, Little Yang, this sword isn't bad. Yang Yi replied humbly. It's just ordinary. As soon as it heard Yang Yi, Executor trembled and seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chibitian glanced at the sword again and said, It's not bad. She put down another piece and chuckled. You've lost again. Yang Yi immediately had dejection all over his face, and it seemed as if he'd failed to advance into the Lord Realm. Chibitian couldn't bear to see him like that, so she picked up Executor and said, All right. I'll help you unseal it. She pressed her index and middle fingers together before tapping them on Executor's blade. Bang! A powerful wave of sword intent and sword energy erupted. Chapter 2563 The sword intent and sword energy erupted in all directions, but Chibitian waved her hand a moment later, and all of that powerful sword intent and sword energy vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chibitian tapped Executor, and the latter shook violently. Quite some time passed before Executor gradually calmed down. Huh! Suddenly, Chibitian spoke with surprise. Interesting. Yang Yi hurriedly asked. What is it? Chibitian replied. The person who sealed this sword of yours is quite strong. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chibitian scanned Executor and said, I've undone this sword's seal. However, there's still 10% to be unsealed. It only has 90% of its strength right now. What about the final 10%? Yang Yi was stunned, and he asked, Can it be unsealed? She shook her head. It can't. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She pointed at the tip of the sword. The tip was broken. She said, This is where this sword's strength is greatest, and it has been sealed. But the person who placed that seal isn't the previous owner of this sword. Yang Yi asked. Then who was it? Chibitian shook her head. I don't know. Moreover, I can sense that person didn't just seal that part of this sword, that person even broke off this sword's tip. This sword would be quite amazing if its tip was still intact. But now, while it's not a lousy sword, it's just ordinary. However, it's all right for you. If it's in my hands, I wouldn't even use it. It's too inferior. Yang Ye's face darkened, and he wondered if she knew how to speak. After all, it was such an insult. Yang Yi endured it. Chibitian placed the sword on the table. I can help you unseal the last 10%, but this sword's strength is mostly at its tip. If I unseal that, you won't be able to control it. At that time, you'll be in for some suffering when your sword is much stronger than you. His sword would be much stronger than him. Yang Yi picked up Executor, and as soon as he did that, he sensed that there was something different about it. As for what exactly was different, Yang Yi couldn't put a finger on it. However, it was clearly much stronger than before. Or it should be said that he was much stronger than before now. Yang Yi put the sword away and said, All right, let's continue with our game. Chibitian smiled when she heard him. In the beginning, she thought that Yang Yi was merely playing with her for the sake of getting her to help him, but now, she felt that Yang Yi must really like playing. Little Yang isn't bad at all. That was what Chibitian thought. Just like that, Yang Yi played with Chibitian for over 2 hours. During this time, he'd casually asked her some questions. In short, after these games with her, he'd benefited tremendously. In the end, when he noticed that she didn't really feel like continuing, Yang Yi hurriedly proposed they continue another day, and she happily agreed to it. Just like that, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, Yang Yi wiped off the sweat on his face. It was truly tiring. It was more tiring than fighting a drawn-out battle. In his abode, Yang Yi gazed at Executor. There was a wisp of sword energy flowing slowly around its blade, but it would turn around upon arriving before its tip. Yan Yi fell silent for a short while, and then his sword intent surged into it. In an instant, a sword howl resounded through the ancient sword sect. At this moment, all the sword cultivators of the sect looked in the direction of Yan Ye's abode. In the abode, executors shook violently in Yan Ye's grasp and seemed like it was about to pierce through the sky. It was extremely aggressive. If this sword seemed dead and silent in the past, then it was sharp and aggressive now. Besides that, Yan Yi noticed that it was actually quite strenuous for him to hold it now. It was strenuous. Yan Yi was shocked in his heart. Obviously, this sword was gradually revealing its true strength. Fortunately, Qi Bitian hadn't fully unsealed it, otherwise, he may not be able to control it. Sponsored content. Once it was stronger than him, their roles would be flipped. Find the original at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yan Yi put it away, left his abode, and went to the meeting hall of the ancient sword sect. There were only two people here, Sword Scroll and Gu Nan. Yan Yi sat down and asked, "Has the soul sect taken any action lately?" Sword Scroll nodded. "Yes, a mysterious barrier has appeared in an area of 500 kilometers around our sect." "A mysterious barrier?" Yan Yi frowned slightly. "What barrier?" Sword Scroll shook her head. "We don't know yet. So, let's go have a look." Yan Yi nodded, and then they left the hall and went outside the sect. Yan Yi looked up into the sky. The area 500 kilometers away from the sect was pitch black. He glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that it was the same in all directions around the sect. Yan Yi spoke indifferently. "They plan to lock us down here." Sword Scroll nodded. "Indeed. They don't want any of us to leave. Moreover, my intuition tells me that they seem to be waiting." Yan Yi gazed at her. "Waiting?" Sword Scroll nodded. "They are definitely waiting. I just don't know what they are waiting for. But I have no doubt that once the time comes, they will launch the fiercest attack that they can." Yan Yi gazed at the darkness in the surroundings, and a short while passed before he withdrew the universe seal. It soared up slowly, and then a strand of mysterious energy rippled out from it. The universe seal could destroy any barrier and formation. Even though it was a little too exaggerated, he had no doubt it could break open barriers and formations. However, the energy emanated by the universe seal hadn't even arrived before the darkness when a strand of powerful energy obliterated it. Yan Yi frowned at the sight of this. Sponsored content. What the heck was that? A moment of silence ensued, and then Yan Yi flicked a strand of sword energy into the sky. It entered the darkness in the distance, but it didn't even cause the slightest fluctuation in the barrier. Not even the slightest change had occurred. "What the hell?" Yan Yi frowned, and then he activated the universe seal again. It transformed into a ray of light that shot toward the darkness, but it only took a moment for Yan Ye's expression to change drastically while he hurriedly summoned the universe seal back to him. Because when the universe seal shot over there, the darkness had condensed, and then a black awl emerged from within it. A super divine treasure. Yan Yi had come into contact with it in the past. It had almost shattered his universe seal. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. "It's being protected by a super divine treasure." Yan Yi nodded. "Looks like they are getting serious. All right, let me see if their super divine treasure is powerful, or is mine." He was about to head over, but Sword Scroll stopped him. Sword Scroll shook her head. "Don't risk it." Gu Nan chimed in. "Sword Scroll is right, don't rashly take risks. You're linked to the survival of our entire sect. If anything were to happen to you, our sect would be forced to submit without even trying to fight back." Yan Yi glanced at the darkness in the distance. He did sense danger coming from it. He knew that the soul sect was really serious about this attack. Suddenly, Yan Ye's expression changed slightly. The space before him shook, and then an ethereal figure appeared in front of him. Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while sword intent rippled out from him, and it enveloped the ethereal figure. "Sect Master Yang, don't attack me!" The ethereal figure swiftly said. "I'm not from the soul sect." Yan Yi sized up the ethereal figure and withdrew his sword intent. The figure cupped its fist at Yan Yi and said, "I'm a death guard of the desolate race. Greetings, young Master Yang." Sponsored contented desolate death guard. Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and then he asked, "You're from the desolate race?" The ethereal figure nodded. "A desolate death guard. The junior patriarch wished to ask you if everything is all right?" Yan Yi shook his head slightly. "Not really," the death guard said. "Is it because of the soul sect?" Yan Yi nodded. The death guard said, "Shall we speak someplace else?" Yan Yi nodded and brought the death guard to his abode. Yan Yi glanced at the death guard and asked, "What are you doing here?" The death guard replied, "Our race may not be an eternal kingdom, but we do know quite a bit about what's happening here. Our junior patriarch sent me here immediately upon hearing about the situation you're in." Yan Yi's eyes lit up. "To help me?" The death guard shook his head. "He wants you to leave the ancient sword sect." Yan Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The death guard said, "Young Master Yang, the soul sect isn't ordinary, and taking over the ancient sword sect isn't something they are doing on their own. It's something the entire Eternal Kingdom is doing together. Simply speaking, the people at the top of Eternal Kingdom agreed to this because it is aligned with their interests, and it's for the sake of fighting my desolate race. So they won't stop. If it's necessary, those people at the top of Eternal Kingdom will personally help the soul sect. If you stay here, it's equivalent to going against the entire Eternal Kingdom." Yan Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "How much do you know about the soul sect?" The death guard hesitated for a moment and replied, "We know a little. It's a mysterious organization that once disturbed the interests of some existences in Eternal Kingdom. Thus, they were punished and forced into hiding. But this time, they are being smart about it, and are doing as some powers desire. So, they were allowed to emerge into the world once more. Moreover, they convinced the others to divide up the ancient sword sect. Young Master Yang, the junior patriarch said that you should leave the ancient sword sect immediately, and not get involved in this. Otherwise, it'll only lead to death." "Death?" In the abode, Yan Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Go back and tell him I appreciate his intentions." The death guard hesitated for a moment, and sighed softly. He withdrew a scroll and pitch-black command token, placed them before Yan Yi, and said, "The junior patriarch said that if you refuse to leave, then these should be given to you. He said that they may be of use to you. Farewell." He turned around and vanished. Yan Yi gazed silently at the two items before him. Chapter 2564 Yan Yi unfurled the scroll, and within it were some of the secret organizations the desolate race possessed in Eternal Kingdom. The desolate race had left these organizations behind very, very long ago. They usually stayed away from the Eternal Kingdom's business and merely served the desolate race. Now Yan Yi could use them too, because the pitch-black command token before him was a desolate token that was comparable to being in the presence of their junior patriarch. Yan Yi's heart felt warm as he gazed at the command token. He didn't refuse this kindness because he really needed help right now. Yan Yi put the command token and scroll away, and then he left his abode. In the ancient sword sect. Along with Yan Yi's arrival, the entire sect seemed to have found its pillar of support, and gradually calmed down. However, the atmosphere here in the sect was still heavy and tense. Because all the disciples were aware that the sect had been sealed up by the soul sect. Now, they couldn't leave and could only wait here. Wait slowly until the attack arrived. They were quite lost when it came to the future. Actually, Yan Yi was rather lost too. Yan Yi went to the sect's main hall, and a huge statue stood there. It was the statue of a middle-aged man with a sword in his grasp. It was the sect's founder. As for the founder's name and strength, it was all unknown. Because it had been too long. Not to mention the current disciples, even Sword Scroll didn't know. But she wasn't entirely without any knowledge on him. Sword Scroll spoke softly. According to rumor, he wandered the world and merged the sword Taoists of them all, and then he created his own sword Tao. So that sword cultivators wouldn't fall into a decline, he created a sword sect. Unfortunately, for some reason, there are no records of what happened during his time. She gazed at Yang Yi. That young girl in the pagoda, Chi Bitian, should be one of the few who are aware of what happened during those ancient times. Chi Bitian. Yang Yi felt quite speechless when he thought of her. Gamoku and soccer. She was especially fond of those two things. I shouldn't have made you take over of this mess. Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. I'm sorry, I never expected it to turn out like this. Sword Scroll felt extremely guilty about the situation Yang Yi was in right now. She was a huge reason why he was the ancient sword sect's master right now. Yang Yi smiled. Don't blame yourself. I accepted this responsibility, and it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I've been wandering the world for so many years, and it's the first time I've had such a prestigious position. The ancient sword sect's master, it's a very precious title. She glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. He could still see the expanse of darkness from here. The entire ancient sword sect was surrounded by that expanse of darkness. We are bit. AY/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Yang Yi grinned and said, Help me summon all the sect's disciples. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi and left. Around 10 minutes later, all the sect's disciples were before Yang Yi. The 11 elite disciples led the ground, and Gu Nia was leading the elite disciples. Yang Yi even saw Amoya, Lu Yunxian, and the others among the disciples. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand as he glanced at them. I'm sure you're aware about the situation out there, so I won't keep it from you. Yes, the Soul Sect has sealed off the area. That area is being protected by a super divine treasure, so I can't break it open for now. They fell silent. Yang Yi smiled. Are you afraid? Sword howls resounded. They were filled with the desire to fight. It was their answer to his question. Yang Yi grinned. That's good to know. Because we may die in the upcoming battle. I'm not lying, any one of us may die. What I want from you is to remember that we will die. However, we must take someone with us before that happens. Even if our sect is going to vanish from the eternal kingdom, we must tell the world that we are no cowards, and we will die on our feet. Sponsored content. The disciples' blood started to boil when they heard him. Not cowards. They were sword cultivators, and as far as sword cultivators were concerned, there were only broken swords, no bent swords. If they surrendered, their swords would have to bend, and they would never be able to stand up straight again as sword cultivators. Fight to the death. Yang Yi didn't lie to them and say the ancient sword sect would definitely win, nor did he say something like good would triumph over evil. He was very frank and told them they may die. Fight to the death. Yang Ye's objective was simply, he wanted them to fight to the death and perhaps pave a way through. If they weren't even afraid of death, there would be nothing in this world that could make them hesitate to fight. If they were fearless, they would be unmatched. As he gazed at these sword cultivators, Yang Yi suddenly understood a little. He understood why he'd stayed. Trust. These disciples and all the other elders who stayed behind had put their trust in him. Even though many knew that his ascension to the position of sect master was just a scheme plotted by the Grand Elders group, they still chose to stay and take his side. It was because they trusted him. Trust. This group of people trusted him. Just like this very moment, if he asked them to fight the Soul Sect to the death, they wouldn't hesitate to do it. Meanwhile, Gu Nia suddenly walked over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Gu Nia. Needless to say, he was a genius in the Sword Dao, and he was one of the few elite disciples in the sect who could kill Lord Realm experts. Gu Nia looked Yang Yi in the eyes. If a war breaks out again, will you flee? Flee. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. They knew Yang Yi's strength well. In the entire sect, there were a few who could avoid the war and survive, like Yang Yi, Gu Nan, and the other Lord Realm experts. Sponsored content. If they focused on escaping, they had a very good chance at success. Yang Yi glanced at Gu Nia and smiled. I won't. Gu Nia gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, From this moment onward, my life is yours, and I will do anything you ask of me. The Ancient Sword Sect. The sect was home to many disciples. Especially those who grew up here, this was truly their home. Many of them were willing to give up their lives to protect this home of theirs. It was a form of responsibility, and it was something the Ancient Sword Sect had taught them from a young age, but it was no form of brainwashing. After all, independent cultivators usually suffered in universes like the Eternal Kingdom. A sense of belonging. They had a strong sense of belonging to the Ancient Sword Sect. Yang Yi glanced at Gun Ye and grinned. So you didn't acknowledge me as the sect master before this? Gun Ye spoke frankly. Yes, I felt you would leave, sooner or later. Yang Yi smiled. Then what about now? Gun Ye replied. I was wrong, and so were the Grand Elder and the others. We, the disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect, would rather die than surrender to the Soul Sect. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Everyone has their own choices to make. Gun Ye glanced at the distant sky and fell silent. After that, Yang Yi returned to his abode and entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivate. As far as he was concerned, no matter what the Soul Sect did next, all he could do was cultivate, work hard on growing stronger, and then face the Soul Sect's attack. Of course, he always spent some time playing gamoku and soccer with Chi Bidian. He had to grab tightly to such a great source of support. As for Chi Bidian, she grew increasingly fond of Yang Yi, and would sometimes take the initiative to guide him. Chi Bidian's guidance was absolutely beneficial to Yang Yi. As for the two fruits before the bamboo house, Yang Yi acted like he hadn't noticed them. He couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, he didn't want to do anything, because he noticed that her presence was very beneficial to them. Sponsored content. Chi Bidian had the ability to help them grow too. However, unlike Snowy, her ability was to help them improve on a certain aspect. For example, creating a new type of space without any restraints that allowed them to grow freely. Simply speaking, they had no upper limits. As for Snowy, her ability was to improve their speed of growth. In short, it was very beneficial to keep Chi Bidian happy. Outside the pagoda, the Soul Exalt gazed coldly at the Ancient Sword Sect standing in the distance, and smiled coldly. The woman in a black dress was by his side. A short while passed before the Soul Exalt glanced at her. Yi Ying, I told you not to act arbitrarily. You refused to believe me, and so you suffered, right? Her face was icy cold as she remained silent. The Soul Exalt shook his head. Just stand on guard here. Yi Ying suddenly asked. When are we attacking? The Soul Exalt glanced at the distant sky. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be starting immediately. He turned around and left. A short while later, the Soul Exalt appeared in the sky. He closed his eyes slowly and said, Show yourself! Once I'm done with you, it'll be the Ancient Sword Sect's turn. He planned to deal with the persons supporting Yang Yi. It was why he still hadn't acted against the Ancient Sword Sect. Their goal was to first deal with Yang Yi's support. Meanwhile, footsteps arose from behind him. The Soul Exalt said, It's time to put an end to this. A voice came from behind him. Allow me to be honest, I can crush 10 of you with one hand. Chapter 2565. Along with the voice, a petite young girl appeared behind the Soul Exalt. The woman had her hands behind her back, a calm expression on her face, and absolute indifference in her eyes. The Soul Exalt turned around and gazed at her, and his eyes narrowed slightly. What's your name? She walked over to him. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here. The Soul Exalt looked at the girl before him, and then he suddenly raised his right hand and pressed it down lightly in her direction. In an instant, strands of powerful aura of the soul rippled out from his palm. Moreover, 2 other black-robed experts of the Soul Sect appeared not too far behind her. They were the black-robed experts who'd hunted Yang Yi that day. At the instant the Soul Exalt attacked, they vanished on the spot. Bang! Bang! 2 powerful aura of the soul swept out through space, and their target was the young girl. The young girl just stood there with indifference on her face. It didn't take long for 3 auras to envelop her. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then an explosion resounded. After that, the auras were obliterated while a ray of dark light rippled out through that expanse of space. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of something being torn apart resounded. Space was torn open, inch by inch. At this moment, the soul exalt, and the others' expressions changed drastically, and the dark light was already in front of them. Rumble! Along with 3 explosions, they were blasted away. All resistance was futile before that dark light. It crushed everything. The soul exalt stared at the young girl. Who are you? Terror. At this moment, he felt slight terror. She walked slowly in his direction. Didn't you want to kill me? Why don't you try? A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes, and then his body exploded apart. Only his soul remained. In this state, his aura grew even more fearsome. The soul exalt raised his right hand slightly, and pressed it down in her direction. Bang! A powerful and towering soul palm crashed down from above. The powerful might it emanated made it seem like the sky itself was collapsing. It was extremely shocking. The young girl didn't even look up. She just waved her hand casually, and a ray of dark light rippled out. Bang! The soul exalt and the others watched with astonishment as the palm was blasted into bits. Meanwhile, the soul exalt had transformed into a ray of powerful black light that shot at her. Her face remained indifferent. She took a small step forward when it arrived before her, and a ray of mysterious dark light enveloped her body. As soon as the black light touched the dark light, it was like snow that instantly melted in hot oil. She stretched out her right hand and made a clawing motion, and she instantly grabbed the soul exalt's throat. The surroundings fell silent. The soul exalt had been utterly overpowered. The soul exalt stared at the young girl. Who the heck are you? She didn't answer him. She was just about to squeeze down when a ray of strange energy descended from the distant sky. She frowned slightly, and then her soul actually left her body. However, along with a ray of dark light that shot up into the air, her soul returned once more into her body. However, the soul exalt had fled over 1 kilometer away. She ignored the soul exalt and looked up at the sky. A voice came slowly from there. You've broken the rules! The rules! In order to maintain some kind of balance, Eternal Kingdom prohibited some experts from fighting. Obviously, her strength was sufficient to meet the standards of that restriction. The rules? She laughed coldly. You want to talk about the rules now? Sponsored content. Meanwhile, a blurry black shadow appeared in the sky, and there was a pitch black all floating by its side. A super divine treasure. The soul exalt and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully upon seeing the blurry figure. Obviously it was the soul sex master. A short while passed before the soul sex master spoke abruptly. You're from the other side. She gradually floated up into the air, and it didn't take long for her to stand before him. That isn't important, the soul sex master said. Everyone agreed to the attack on the ancient sword sect and supported it. Everyone. The everyone here naturally represented all the peak experts of Eternal Kingdom. The young girl laughed coldly. So what? Why don't all of you join forces and see if you can kill me? The soul sex master fell silent. Kill her. If they joined forces, it was possible, it was definitely possible. But the problem was whether they would. Killing an expert like this would definitely result in them suffering severe injuries or even death. It wouldn't be that bad if they succeeded at killing her, but if they failed, then once an expert like this ignored the rules and acted willfully, then it would definitely bring chaos to Eternal Kingdom. The ancient sword sect had remained safe before this because it had such an expert, the previous sect master. So long as he remained alive, the powers of Eternal Kingdom and the soul sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. A living expert at that level was an extraordinary threat. Once such an expert stopped abiding by the rules and hunted their disciples, how would they stop an expert like that? So, the soul sect hadn't touched the ancient sword sect until now. Once the previous sect master of the ancient sword sect perished, the soul sect had nothing to fear anymore, and neither did the other powers in the area. All of them started to take action. However, they hadn't expected an unexpected change in the situation like Yan Yi. That wasn't even the biggest problem. The biggest problem was this young girl. Yet now, they had already launched the attack, so it was impossible for them to stop just because she wanted it. A short while later, the Soul Exalt said, "How about we allow the younger generation to deal with these issues? We of the older generation will stay out of it. They will decide the outcome of this, all right?" She remained silent. The Soul Sex Master continued, "If you interfere and break the rules, it won't be a good thing for you. Moreover, if both of us stop abiding by the rules, the Soul Sect will cease to exist, but the Ancient Sword Sect will vanish completely as well. What do you think?" Sponsored content. She fell silent for a short while and walked away. It didn't take long for her to vanish from their vision, but her voice drifted over slowly. "If any of you interfere, then I guarantee that I'll turn Eternal Kingdom upside down." A long period of silence filled the area. Suddenly, the Soul Sex Master waved his right hand slightly, and the black all immediately descended beside the Soul Exalt. The Soul Sex Master turned around and vanished into the sky. The Soul Exalt was absolutely excited as he gazed at the black all. A super divine treasure. The Soul All. It was one of the few super divine treasures in Eternal Kingdom. The Soul Sex Master's intentions were absolutely clear. The young girl went to the sky above the Ancient Sword Sect and looked at the sect down below. "Show yourself!" A woman in a red dress appeared behind her. She spoke indifferently. "You saw everything?" The woman in a red dress nodded. The young girl said, "There are some rules that I too must abide by. If I don't, they won't. At that time, even if I destroy the Soul Sect, he and the Ancient Sword Sect will be annihilated. I've made them abide by some rules again, but I too cannot interfere in the battle." The woman in a red dress replied softly, "That's more than enough." The petite young girl fell silent for a long time and said, "I'm leaving for some time. I'll leave him in your care." The woman in a red dress didn't say anything in response. The young girl added, "Don't offend that young girl within him. She isn't ordinary, and she has no ill intent toward him. Just that is enough." A quick look at Tinural. com/2p9m8w will leave you more fulfilled. The woman in a red dress spoke solemnly. "Who's that young girl?" The petite young girl shook her head. "I don't know. But she should be someone from the ancient times or even much earlier. Lately, I've noticed that the old geezers from years ago are gradually showing themselves. Chaotic times are upon us." As she spoke, she shot a glance down below and left. Sponsored content. It didn't take long for her to vanish into the sky. A long time later, the woman in a red dress left. In the Ancient Sword Sect, everything remained normal. At Yan Ye's abode, in the primordial pagoda, Yan Yi was still cultivating. His body was at the five-world realm, his cultivation was at the five-world realm, and his sword domain had improved tremendously. It could be said that he was at his peak in every aspect. His peak represented a bottleneck. Now, he was truly at a bottleneck. His body and cultivation were impossible to improve further for now. The only thing he could do was focus on cultivating his sword techniques, secret techniques, and control over his divine treasures. Especially Executor. 90% of Executor was unsealed now. While its strength wasn't at its greatest, it couldn't be compared to the past either. Now, he had to truly grasp control over it and bring forth all its might. Of course, besides cultivating, he had to do something else. It was to play with Chi Bitian. Moreover, he would practice with his sword after every session with her, because she would frequently give him some guidance. He benefited tremendously from that. Chi Bitian's guidance truly allowed Yan Yi to benefit tremendously. Some of her insights and pointers were absolutely useful to me. Moreover, he was improving rapidly in all aspects under her guidance. Most importantly, his outlook on things had been raised significantly because of her. On this day, Yan Yi finished playing with her and went to practice with his sword. Chi Bitian had just lost, she'd lost on purpose. She felt that she'd won so many times and should take a loss. So, she intentionally exposed a few mistakes, and Yan Yi had naturally noticed them. So, he went along with it and won. Once he won, Yang Yi roared with laughter like an overjoyed child. Qi Bitian's vanity was absolutely satisfied by this. She was very happy. Extremely happy. When she saw Yang Yi training again, in her joy, Qi Bitian said, "Your flying swords and sword techniques are lagging behind a little. I'll teach you a move. Want to learn it?" Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2566. Yang Yi was overjoyed. It was a truly pleasant surprise. Would Qi Bitian teach him trash? Absolutely not. Because she didn't even think highly of super divine treasures. Something that could occupy her mind was absolutely amazing. While he was overjoyed inside, Yang Yi remained quite calm on the outside. He couldn't allow it to show at a time like this, or she would look down on him. Yang Yi acted stunned for a moment, and then he walked over to her and smiled. "What is it?" She sat on the steps outside the house. "A sword technique." Yang Yi was quite surprised. "You know sword techniques?" she replied. "It's just a single move. It felt pretty good, so I committed it to memory. I'd almost forgotten it, but after I saw you training, I recalled it again." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Qi Bitian said, "The Hell Sphere." "The Hell Sphere?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "A sword technique?" She nodded. "It's pretty good, and it even injured me. Hell Sphere is creating a sphere of hell. It's similar to your sword domain, but different at the same time. Do you want to learn it?" Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. "I do." Qi Bitian nodded slightly. Hell Sphere is to create a sphere of space around you. It's like a miniaturized version of your sword domain. You just have to shrink your sword domain to the point it only covers the area you stand on. Yang Yi quickly asked. "And then?" She continued. "Now that you have your sphere, it's time to create hell. Your sword cultivators use sword energy, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course," Qi Bitian said. "So, just madly release your sword intent and sword energy. But remember that they must not exceed the sphere you've created. They must remain within that sphere. If you can accomplish that, then you've cultivated the technique successfully." Yang Yi was stunned, and he wondered if that was all. Qi Bitian said, "You think it's very easy?" Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly. "It should be, right?" She shrugged. "Why don't you give it a try?" Yang Yi went to the side, activated his sword domain, and started to shrink it. It didn't take long for it to form a sphere around him. After that, he did as he said and madly released his sword intent and sword energy. However, as soon as they emerged, they shot out of that sphere. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Qi Bitian gestured for him to continue. Yang Yi took a deep breath. This time, he grew a little more serious as he continued releasing his sword intent and sword energy. In the beginning, they remained within the sphere, but as more and more of them emerged from him, he started to lose control of them. A short while later, they escaped the sphere again. This time, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Because he noticed that it wasn't an easy task. It was like filling a bottle with water, and the water overflowed naturally at some point. Yet now, Qi Bitian wanted him to ceaselessly release his sword intent and sword energy within the sphere but stop it from overflowing. In the beginning, it sounded like an easy task, but once he tried to accomplish it, he noticed that it wasn't just difficult. Qi Bitian spoke indifferently. "Didn't you say it was easy? Go on." Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and walked over to her before asking humbly for guidance. "Little Qi, I was wrong. Please guide me." She glanced at him and said, "Do you know why it's so difficult?" Yang Yi shook his head. She said, "Because it's a law of nature." "Of course, that isn't the real reason. The real reason is—" She paused for a moment and continued, "I don't know." Yang Yi was flabbergasted. Qi Bitian added, "Just try again and I'll try to figure it out." Yang Ye's face darkened. Seriously. Sponsored content. Yan Yi didn't refuse and just activated the sword domain again, and then he started trying again. Just like that, after doing it 3 more times, Chi Bitian told him to stop. Yan Yi stood before her and listened in silence. Chi Bitian said, I know what's the problem. There are 2. Firstly, your control of your sword domain isn't sufficient. Simply speaking, it isn't strong enough, so it can't suppress your sword intent and sword energy. The second reason is that you're not sufficiently focused. You must be very, very focused. Your sword domain sphere is like a bottle, while your sword intent and sword energy are the water. You must put them all inside while acting as the lid. You must hold the lid tight, and only then will you be able to truly suppress them. Yan Yi hurriedly asked. What happens after that? Chi Bitian smiled. At that time, the owner of this technique used it against me. I was injured by it. Of course. Of course. Of course, I killed him, and I did it with one hand. Yan Ye's face darkened. What the heck is she trying to say? Are you saying I wouldn't be a match for you even if I succeed at cultivating this technique? However, he was never a match for her anyway. Chi Bitian stood up. A qualitative transformation. Once your sword intent and sword energy are condensed countless times, they will undergo a qualitative transformation, and it's a terrifying transformation. It's like blowing air into a person's body, and that person explodes after some time. Yan Ye's face was quite unsightly. So, will I explode in the process too? She thought for a moment. I'm not certain. But it's possible. Of course, it may not happen as well. Yan Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian walked over to Yan Yi and spoke seriously. If you can accomplish that, the area within your sword domain sphere will be held that takes the lives of all who get close. Of course, it all depends on you. I'm going to play with Lei Lin. Have fun! She waved her hand, and a rattan ball flew into her grasp, and then she went to the side and started kicking it. Yan Yi had quite a bitter expression on his face. Damn it! She doesn't seem really reliable. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. LY/3IBFJKV. Sword domain sphere? Hell sphere? It really wasn't very reliable. However, Yan Yi felt that it was possible. Sponsored content. So, to do it or not to do it? After thinking for a while, Yan Yi decided to do it. Head decided to give it a try. Yan Yi took a deep breath. He didn't return to the cultivation room and just remained outside the bamboo house. Because if any mishaps occurred, he felt safer knowing Chi Bitian was here. At the very least, she wouldn't just let him die. Yan Yi walked off to the side and activated his sword domain. After that, he started to condense it and release his sword intent and sword energy. It wasn't too bad in the beginning, all his sword intent and sword energy remained within the sphere, but as time passed, the sword domain sphere was gradually losing control of the sword energy and sword intent. At this moment, he couldn't stop because his sword energy and sword intent hadn't undergone a qualitative transformation. He had to continue. Yan Yi took a deep breath and continued releasing both sword intent and sword energy. But this time, he slowed it down. Such things couldn't be rushed, and they had to be taken slow. Especially when he was just starting out. Meanwhile, Chi Bitian glanced at Yan Yi and muttered softly. I didn't misremember anything, right? Yes, I probably didn't. She seemed to be slightly lacking in confidence, and hurriedly went back to playing. Meanwhile, Yan Yi went on condensing it all. Unfortunately, 2 hours later, he failed once more. Moreover, he suffered backlash from it. The backlash from his own sword intent and sword energy actually blasted him away. Fortunately, Chi Bitian had hurriedly lent him a hand and helped him escape calamity. She said seriously, It's fine. Take it slow. I'm certain you'll succeed. Yan Yi was quite moved when he heard her. At least she had a heart. After resting for a short while, Yan Yi continued. This time, he had more experience, and he took it slow from the very beginning. Previously, he tried to instantly fill the bottle, and he knew he couldn't control that. So, he started to slow down and take it one step at a time. This time, he lasted much longer. Yang Yi gradually noticed that his sword intent and sword energy were starting to undergo a qualitative transformation. It was very subtle, but it was transforming. Because he could sense it clearly within his sword domain. Yang Yi was overjoyed when he sensed this. It was really transforming. Sponsored content, however, it grew increasingly dangerous for him. Because he noticed that he was on the verge of losing control of it. Or it should be said that the energy they contained had started to pose a threat to him. Fortunately, Qi Bitian wasn't too far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to continue. Sweat gradually covered Yang Ye's entire face. However, Yang Ye's sword intent and sword energy were transforming within the sphere, and the space around him was starting to tremble. It was very unstable. Qi Bitian shot a glance at Yang Yi and was quite lacking in confidence. She was afraid that Yang Yi would die. But Yang Yi didn't cause his own death. As he gradually condensed and suppressed them, sword energy and sword intent filled the sphere, and they had become completely different now. It was like an enhanced version of sword intent and sword energy. A true qualitative transformation. Yang Yi was overjoyed. And he pressed on. He carefully released his sword energy and sword intent, and then carefully suppressed them to keep them from leaving the sword domain sphere. Just like that, this cycle continued incessantly. Qi Bitian had stopped playing. She just sat there and gazed at Yang Yi with curiosity on her face. Finally, a long time later, Yang Yi finally sensed his true limit. After that, something happened. With Yang Ye's sword domain sphere at its center, the space in the surroundings actually started to vanish inch by inch. It truly vanished, and it hadn't just been shattered. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was full of strength. He felt like he could destroy the world and instantly annihilate anything. So, he gazed at Qi Bitian with a provocative look in his eyes. Chapter 2567. At this moment, Yang Yi had forgotten what Qi Bitian had said. The owner of the Hell Sphere had only been able to injure her with it, and she'd annihilated that person with just one hand. If Yang Yi still remembered those words, he would absolutely not act like this. Unfortunately, he'd grown a little too overconfident right now. At this moment, he felt invincible. Qi Bitian glanced at Yang Yi. I don't want to lose my opponent in Gamoku. Ha ha! Yang Yi roared madly with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he looked at her. Let's fight! Bang! As soon as he said that, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. As for his sword domain sphere and the sword intent and sword energy within it, all of them had instantly vanished without a trace. Yang Yi flew extremely far away. He flew all the way out of the sword sect. At a mountain wall outside the sword sect, there was a pitch-black hole there. A long time passed before a pair of hands emerged from it. A short while later, a head emerged. It was Yang Yi. Just like that, Yang Yi crawled out slowly. He was partially paralyzed. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind cleared up. He recalled what he'd done, and it was the first time he'd felt so stupid. Absolutely stupid. Yang Yi returned to the bamboo house, and Qi Bitian was still there. She glanced at him and asked, Shall we continue? Yang Yi quickly shook his head. No, not at all. She walked over to him and spoke in a very serious manner. You're not weak, it's I who am too strong. So don't feel dejected. After all, I even killed that guy from all those years ago with such ease. Yang Ye's face darkened. Is she comforting me or threatening me? Qi Bitian sat at the side and continued. I was watching earlier, and it was really not bad. However, you haven't mastered the technique, and you need that to use it in battle. Understand? Master it. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Just as Qi Bitian had said, he wasn't very skilled in using it, so he couldn't unleash it in an instant. So, he had to continue training. Painstakingly. So, after that, While nothing occurred at the ancient sword sect, Yan Yi remained training in the primordial pagoda. In another world, a woman stood on a vast river, and there was a young girl standing in the distance. She had a white and fluffy little fellow on her shoulder, and there were 3 huge ships in front of them. Warships! 3 powerful warships! Every one of these warships had a long flag on it, and there was a red circle on the flag. Not too far away from the ships was an island. The young girl stood on the ocean while wearing a strange thing on her head. The strange thing was making noises, and if one listened carefully, one would notice that the sounds of passion and fervor were coming from it. Sponsored content. She had a very good sense of rhythm as she stepped forward lightly, causing numerous ripples to undulate in all directions. Meanwhile, the white and fluffy little fellow on her shoulder was wearing the same thing as the young girl. She kept blinking in a very rhythmic manner, and she was holding a rattle drum. She shook it from time to time. Thud! 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 Suddenly, a middle-aged man in blue uniform appeared on the deck. The middle-aged man was holding a black spyglass to observe the young girl. When he saw her floating above the water, he was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He hurriedly took another look, and a long time passed before he spoke softly. Magic? Sorcery? The young girl shook her head and moved faster while humming from time to time. The river flows east, the Big Dipper is the star to watch. When there's injustice on my way, I roar and smash the dragon and ox to death. The little fellow on her shoulder kept shaking the rattle drum. The middle-aged man on the warship put his spyglass away and fell silent for a short while, and then he spoke in broken Chinese. Must be Chinese tricks. Forget her, full speed ahead. This island is ours. After that, he stopped speaking in Chinese. Meanwhile, the warships sped up toward the island. Eternal border. The desolate race. In a hall, the junior patriarch of the desolate race, Huang Ying, sat before a desk, and there were numerous scrolls laid out on it. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure suddenly appeared before him. Huang Ying stopped and asked softly. He refused? The ethereal figure nodded slightly. As you expected, he didn't leave, and he's leading those sword cultivators against the soul sect. Huang Ying sighed softly and didn't say anything. Sponsored content. The ethereal figure hesitated for a moment and said, Junior Patriarch, according to the information we've collected, the soul sect isn't ordinary at all, and they have formed an agreement with the other powers of Eternal Kingdom to fight our desolate race in the future. Fight our desolate race? Huang Ying shook his head and smiled. That's quite interesting. The ethereal figure replied solemnly. You must not underestimate them. Huang Ying smiled. Of course I won't underestimate them or be careless. Right, have we figured out the strength of the soul sect? The ethereal figure replied. The strongest is their sect master. He's quite mysterious, and we can't find out his true identity or origins. He possesses a super divine treasure, the soul all. If Yan Ye's executor is included, there are 5 known super divine treasures in Eternal Kingdom. Yan Ye's executor cannot be considered as a true super divine treasure, at the very least, it can't until it's fully unsealed. But the other 4 are true super divine treasures. Moreover, besides Yan Ye's executor, all the other 4 may be pointed at our desolate race. So, we must take precautions. Huang Ying nodded slightly. I understand. You may leave now. The ethereal figure bowed slightly and left. Meanwhile, Huang Ying added, once you return to Eternal Kingdom, pay attention to the ancient sword sect and Brother Yang. Don't refuse his requests. The ethereal figure hesitated for a moment and said, Junior Patriarch, allow me to be honest. We shouldn't interfere in this. Moreover, if we interfere, the situation will become worse for him once Eternal Kingdom finds out. At that time, they will have an excuse to openly attack him. Huang Ying fell silent for a long time and said, Isn't that good? The more chaotic it is over there, the more beneficial it will be for us. The ethereal figure was stunned, and then it cupped its hands and left. Once the ethereal figure left, Huang Ying closed his eyes slowly. Sorry, I'm Huang Ying, but I'm also the desolate race's junior patriarch. Eternal Kingdom. The Central Region. The central region was the core of the Eternal Kingdom, and it was where the head of the divine vein resided. It was the most prosperous area in Eternal Kingdom, and it was the Xing clan's territory and where the Eternal Lord resided. On this day, Xing Biqing went to the restricted area of the Xing clan. Actually, the restricted area was just a vegetable garden. Even the Xing clan's patriarch couldn't visit this garden. All sorts of fruits and vegetables were planted here. Sponsored content. A middle-aged man was sprinkling fertilizer in the garden, and he grinned upon noticing Xing Biqing. Wait a while. I'm almost done. Xing Biqing bowed slightly and stood respectfully at the side. Around 2 hours later, the middle-aged man led her into a small courtyard. He sat before a stone table and took a sip from the teacup on the table. The middle-aged man put down the cup and smiled. While it isn't top-rate tea, it was planted with my own hands, so it's the best for me. It feels great to drink it. He gazed at Xing Biqing and continued. You rarely come to visit me, so tell me. What is it? Xing Biqing sat before him. Uncle, why are you letting the soul sect do as they please? He shook his head. You're wrong, I'm not. Xing Biqing glanced at him and spoke softly. If they didn't receive your permission, they wouldn't dare to treat the ancient sword sect like that. The middle-aged man smiled. Are you here for that kid? She spoke solemnly. He's a friend of mine. Search bit. OY/3IBFJKV for the original. The middle-aged man replied. He's been in the limelight lately. Right, I know a little about him. He is pretty good. She gazed at him and pleaded. Uncle, can you spare him? The middle-aged man smiled. You still don't understand. This world has its own rules, and there are some rules that we cannot violate. Once we do that, the rules will be lost, and this world will be in chaos. Just like when a wolf wants to eat some sheep, what would the wolf do if we tried to save the sheep? Let it starve to death? We can't do that. He stood up slowly. If we break the rules, this world will fall into chaos. Xing Biqing fell silent for a long time and said, Uncle, are we really going to join in and split the ancient sword sect with the others? The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, If the ancient sword sect is more useful to us than the soul sect, then I will choose them. Just like when I suppressed the soul sect and prohibited them from emerging into the world. Yet now, the soul sect is more useful to us. So I chose the soul sect. He looked up at the sky and continued. The useful remains. Understand? Chapter 2568 The Useful Remains. Xing Biqing fell silent for a long time and said, He is very talented, is he not? The middle-aged man shook his head. I would be willing to wait at any other time, but we don't have much time left anymore. Xing Biqing glanced at him and said, Uncle, I don't want to be the clan's patriarch anymore. The middle-aged man turned around to look at her. Because of him? She nodded. He is my friend, and I'm a member of the Xing clan. I don't want to choose between him and the clan in the future. The middle-aged man shook his head. You're not very mature. Xing Biqing smiled. Perhaps. I just want to focus on my cultivation now. The middle-aged man nodded. I respect your decision. Xing Biqing bowed slightly to him and left. The middle-aged man continued planting his vegetables. The Yi clan. Yi Jibei was the patriarch of the Yi clan now, but her authority wasn't that great. Strength always decided things, and authority was given proportionately to strength. Yi Jibei went to the rear mountains of the Yi estate, and she met the Yi clan's ancestor there. The Yi clan's ancestor was the true master of the Yi clan. Yi Jibei walked over to him, and the latter said, Sit. She didn't sit and remained standing instead. The Yi clan's ancestor smiled. You're here for Yi Yang? She nodded. He said, Go on. Yi Jibei fell silent for a short while and said, I know that the Yi clan would never get itself swept into such conflict, and it would never ever help the ancient sword sect. But I want the Yi clan to give up the benefits of this. The Yi clan's ancestor suddenly asked, Do you know what the benefits of it are? Yi Jibei nodded. I do. If the ancient sword sect is destroyed, we will get a quarter of its wealth. There will be at least a few 100,000 world crystals, and at least 5 to 7 divine treasures. Besides that, there is that spirit vein, and the soul sect will have to compensate us with at least 30,000 world crystals for that. All of those aren't even the main point. The main point is we can establish our forces in the west region and expand there. Moreover, once we occupy some territory over there, our Yi clan's profits will increase by at least 30%. The Yi clan's ancestor nodded slightly. You're correct, but you do not know about something. Once the ancient sword sect is destroyed, the soul sect will join us, and we'll have a better chance against the desolate race with their help. He gazed at Yijibei and continued. Of course, you can tell me your reasons for supporting that kid. If it's because you're friends, then I'll be very disappointed. Yijibei fell silent for a long time, and then she looked him in the eyes. Everything I said was based on success, and we will get all of that if it's successful. But ancestor, what if they fail? The Yi clan's ancestor fell silent this time. Yijibei sat by his side. Ancestor, everything comes with its risks. Of course, there is no gain without risk, but it depends on the situation, right? He played with 2 jade green balls in his hands while he said, Go on. She continued, Yi Yang is Yang Yi. I'm sure you're aware of that. But you seem to have forgotten something, and it's that he has a sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor! The Yi clan's ancestor stopped playing with those balls when he heard her. She grinned and said, Ancestor, do you know what the heart is? He glanced at her and chuckled. What? Are you trying to discuss the Tao with me? She shook her head. I've been in contact with him, and do you know what I think of him? He smiled. Tell me. Yijibei said. He's someone who has a high regard for feelings and relationships. If he thinks it's right, he will do it. Just like when he rushed into War City to save his friends. He doesn't act based on his own interests. Take the ancient sword sect for example. He can leave, but he still stayed. Is it because he covets the position of sect master? Or the sect's treasures? I don't think so. Authority is worthless to him. As for the sect's treasures, he has super divine treasures and divine treasures, so the ancient sword sect's treasures aren't important to him either. Sponsored content. She stood up slowly and looked ahead as she spoke. His heart. He always follows his heart. That is why Xing Biqing and I are willing to be friends with him. Because we are certain he won't stab us in the back. Moreover, so long as we need help, he will definitely come to our aid. She shook her head and chuckled at this point. But we can't do the same for him. Because we have too much to worry about. The first thing we consider can never be our own relationships, it is our interests instead. We must always think if it will be beneficial for our clans. The Yi clan's ancestor remained silent. Yijibei continued. He's a sword cultivator who fully follows his heart. Perhaps he isn't a good person, but he's absolutely not a bad person. She gazed at the Yi clan's ancestor and said, Ancestor, I want to continue being his friend, and I want to lead the Yi clan to continue being his friend. Of course, the Yi clan doesn't belong to me, it belongs to everyone. But if it's possible, even if we don't help him, we shouldn't beat him when he's down. All right? The Yi clan's ancestor glanced at her and smiled. You've spoken much more than you ever do. Yijibei didn't say another word and just waited for his decision. Yijibei's ancestor gazed at the clouds for a long time. You can make the decisions for the Yi clan. Just do what you think is best for the clan. Yijibei was visibly relieved. She bowed to him and walked away. Meanwhile, the Yi clan's ancestor closed his eyes slowly. That kid's backing isn't ordinary either. If Yang Yi didn't have any backing, everything would be pointless. Because killing him and the ancient sword sect would be absolutely easy. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had backing, and it was extremely powerful backing too. Thus, they had to abide by the rules when dealing with him. Once they did that, everything that was set in stone before this was full of variables again. The ancient sword sect. In the primordial pagoda. After days of bitter cultivation, Yan Ye's sword domain sphere was pretty good now. Presently, he could unleash it with ease, but it wasn't quite stable, and the slightest mistake would end in him injuring himself. While there was a certain amount of danger, it was very, very powerful. It was extremely terrifying, and it could be said that ordinary Lord Realm experts wouldn't be able to endure it upon getting close to him. Not to mention others, even he couldn't really endure it. Sponsored content. Yan Yi didn't continue training and left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, the soul sect didn't show signs of attacking yet. As he stood outside the main hall, Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at the darkness around the sect. Wait for death to arrive? Yang Yi shook his head. He felt that this wouldn't do. Because the pressure was growing for the entire sect, and it would strike a huge blow to their overall morale. Yang Yi gazed at the darkness for a long time, and then he said, "Summon the elite disciples." A short while later, the elite disciples arrived before Yang Yi, and all of them had a divine treasure. These divine treasures were a part of the sect's reserves. Besides the elite disciples, Nether Maiden and the others appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them. "Come with me!" Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Rays of light followed closely behind him. Nether Maiden and the others hurried after him as well. A short while later, they arrived before the darkness, and a wisp of viciousness flashed through Yan Ye's eyes as he gazed at the dark encirclement around the sect. A moment later, the sheath on his waist shook, and then Executor shot forward. Meanwhile, the Soul Sect's super divine treasure, the Soul All, emerged from the darkness. The Soul All slammed itself against Executor. A battle between super divine treasures. As soon as they collided, the sky shook, and waves of violent energy raged like a storm. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared behind Executor, and then he grabbed it and shot into the darkness. Sponsored content. Nether Maiden's expression changed slightly, and she was about to charge in when an explosion resounded from within the darkness. After that, countless rays of sword energy rippled out before the pitch-black encirclement shattered before their eyes. It didn't take long for the darkness to gradually vanish. The formation had been destroyed. It had been destroyed by force. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Yan Ye's strength wasn't the same anymore. After all, even Executor had 90% of its strength now. While its strength wasn't fully unsealed, it couldn't be compared to the past. A group of mysterious black-robed figures stood before Yang Yi, and they were led by the Soul Sect's Exalt. Besides that, the two black-robed figures who'd hunted him the other day were behind the Soul Exalt. The woman in a black dress was by their side too. Furthermore, there were 3 black-clothed figures with pitch-black spears standing behind the group, and they were souls without bodies. The Soul Exalt stared at Yang Yi. He hadn't expected this fellow to dare make the first move. Yang Yi had actually made the first move. Fortunately, the Soul Sect was prepared. Yang Yi swung his sword. He didn't want to waste his breath and was about to attack. "Ah!" Suddenly, numerous shrill cries resounded from down below. Yang Ye's expression changed as he swiftly turned to look. The ancient sword sect was under attack. The Soul Exalt suddenly smiled. As expected of the #1 organization of assassins in Eternal Kingdom. They really are efficient. Chapter 2569 Assassins. Meanwhile, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "It's Heaven's Avatar, an organization of assassins that's rather mysterious in Eternal Kingdom. They usually keep a very low profile and do not act against the large powers. I didn't expect them to help the Soul Sect." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Nether Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly. "We'll deal with them." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and entered the sect with the others. Yang Yi was very confident in them. He turned around to gaze at the Soul Exalt's group. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A translucent figure suddenly appeared in the space behind him, and then a ray of cold light shot toward Yang Ye's nape. An assassin! Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he reacted very quickly. A moment later, he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the translucent figure vanished. Yang Yi frowned slightly. A Lord Realm assassin! It was obvious that the Soul Sect had really gone all out this time. Yang Yi ignored the assassin and gazed at the Soul Exalt's group. The Soul Exalt laughed coldly. The pleasant surprises aren't over. As soon as he said that, a man with a mask over his face appeared on Yang Yi's right. The man held a saber, and his saber intent was at the Lord Realm. A powerful Lord Realm saber cultivator. Meanwhile, a woman with a golden spear suddenly appeared on Yang Yi's left. She wore a tight black dress and a veil, so her appearance was completely obstructed from view. We are bit. LY/3IDFJKV. Find us on Google. Another Lord Realm expert. The Soul Sect was very well aware that only such Lord Realm experts posed a threat to Yang Yi. They had to be those who were truly strong in the Lord Realm. Thus, existences in the Lord Realm who could even surmount their realms of cultivation had been sent here today. Yang Yi glanced at them and smiled. You're not from the Soul Sect, right? They remained silent. Yang Yi nodded. Looks like the other powers can't wait anymore, and you plan to take matters into your own hands. Meanwhile, the saber cultivator suddenly vanished on the spot, and then the space above Yang Yi was sliced open. A terrifying ray of saber energy surged down from above like a waterfall. A dense amount of pressure instantly assaulted his head. It didn't take long for the saber to arrive just half an inch away from Yang Yi's head. However, a sword slammed against its blade. Bang! An explosion resounded. Yang Yi and the saber cultivator immediately moved apart from each other, and they moved around 300 m back. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a powerful aura swept toward him. It was the spear-wielding woman. Her spear was like a bolt of lightning that carried the force of the world. Yang Yi hurriedly stabilized himself, and then the sword gorge shook violently while two flying swords shot out from it. The woman was instantly pushed back, but the saber cultivator charged at Yang Yi again. The other elite disciples of the ancient sword sect were about to lend him a hand, but the Soul Exalt gave the command, and the other experts behind him charged at those elite disciples. They were overwhelming their opponents with numbers. So, the elite disciples were instantly suppressed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was gradually pushed into a disadvantage in his battle. Obviously, they weren't ordinary experts. It made sense because they knew how terrifying Yang Yi was, so how could they send ordinary experts to give their lives away? The Soul Exalt didn't attack because an aura was locked onto him. If he attacked, the owner of that aura would attack. It could be said that they were keeping each other busy. The Soul Exalt glanced at the black-robed figures by his side. They nodded slightly, and then two powerful auras locked onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi's figure stiffened slightly from this, and that caused him to be blasted away by the saber cultivator and woman. Meanwhile, the black-robed figures vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi sensed unprecedented danger. Sponsored content. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his figure turned ethereal. The sword domain sphere. Bang! The sound of something shattering resounded. Both the black-robed men, the saber cultivator, and the woman were blasted away. What? The Soul Exalt gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, an extremely powerful wave of sword intent and sword energy surrounded Yang Yi. Just a moment ago, all four of those Lord Realm experts had been instantly blasted away upon approaching Yang Yi. The saber cultivator seemed like his entire body had been pierced by swords and was covered in holes. The woman's reaction was the fastest, so she'd retreated the fastest too. Thus, she was in a comparatively better state, but she wasn't lightly injured either. She'd lost her right arm. It was those two experts from the Soul Sect who'd suffered the least injuries. Both of them were the strongest here, so they'd retreated as soon as Yang Yi unleashed the sword domain sphere. It was why they'd suffered the least injuries. But at this moment, they were extremely shocked. At that instant, they had sensed intense danger. If they had gone too close just now, they would have been severely injured even if they could avoid death. Fear. At this moment, all of them felt intense fear toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi deactivated the sword domain sphere. While it was extremely powerful, it was difficult to control. The slightest mistake would kill him first. Once he deactivated it, Yan Yi immediately activated Flash, and then a few flying swords flashed. The others' expressions changed drastically, and they retreated. But they weren't the targets of those flying swords. Those flying swords were aimed at the experts from the Soul Sect who were in battle with the ancient Sword Sect's elite disciples. The sudden arrival of these flying swords took those experts by surprise, and a few heads instantly shot into the air. Blood sprayed like fountains. The Soul Exalt's face turned gloomy from the sight of this. "What? All 4 of you aren't enough to take him down?" Sponsored content. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly shouted with fury, and then her spear shot at Yan Yi like a bolt of lightning. Behind the spear was numerous bolts of dazzling lightning. It shattered everything before it. The heavily injured saber cultivator didn't attack again. He just vanished into the sky. He was just here to help, he wasn't here to risk his life. Yan Yi gazed at the spear that was surging in his direction, and then he laughed coldly. Meanwhile, Executor shot forward from his grasp. Hiss! A sharp and ear-piercing sound of something bearing sliced open resounded. Executor instantly sliced open the spear with ease, and it didn't slow down at all as it continued toward the woman. The woman's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, those 2 experts from the Soul Sect suddenly appeared before her. After that, 2 rays of powerful soul energy rippled out and pushed Executor back. Yan Yi stretched out his right hand, and Executor immediately flew into his grasp. The fear in the woman's eyes turned into solemnness at this moment. Yan Yi's strength was much stronger than she'd imagined. Yan Yi glanced at the experts from the Soul Sect, and he was about to attack when the space before him warped strangely. The space domain. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to counterattack when a wave of a sweet scent assaulted him, and then a woman appeared before him. Nether Maiden! Nether Maiden glanced at Yan Yi. "There are 2 Lord Realm Assassins and 7 5-World Realm Assassins down there," Yan Yi replied solemnly. "Go down there. I can deal with the battle up here." Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. "The others can deal with them." She looked forward as she spoke. "We weren't able to kill each other that day, so let's decide who dies today." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hands slightly, and then the space before her gradually turned ethereal. Sponsored content. Yan Yi didn't pay any further attention to Nether Maiden and the woman with the space domain. He was confident in Nether Maiden because even he didn't dare to guarantee that he could defeat Nether Maiden. Yan Yi gazed at the 2 experts from the Soul Sect and the spear-wielding woman. Yan Yi walked slowly in their direction, and his sword intent rippled out from him like the tide. All 3 of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, and they didn't dare act carelessly at all. Meanwhile, 3 sword howls resounded, and then 3 flying swords suddenly shot forward at them. At the same time, Yan Yi vanished on the spot. A powerful sword howl tore through space. Yan Yi's strength was being enhanced by Flash right now, so his speed was many times faster than before. It wasn't just his speed, his strength had been enhanced tremendously as well. The flying swords were naturally unable to pose a threat to the black-robed men, and they were immediately blasted away upon approaching them. But Yan Yi had arrived before them. The sword domain swept out. Yan Yi's sword descended. 13 overlapped swings with the sword domain. As the final swing descended, the space in the surroundings couldn't endure its strength anymore and instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker woman was blasted away while defending herself from Yan Yi's flying sword. The black-robed men from the Soul Sect didn't retreat or try to dodge it. 2 vortexes of souls suddenly appeared before them, and then numerous souls rippled out from them. Countless souls. These souls forcefully stopped Yan Yi's powerful attack, and they even devoured all the sword energy and sword intent around Yan Yi's sword. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yan Yi was blasted away with his sword. Yan Yi stopped over 1 kilometer away. At this moment, the space in a huge area around him was covered in souls. An endless swarm of souls. Meanwhile, A white-haired old man standing far away in space glanced at Yanya's figure within the vortex of souls, and he said, "Just that won't be enough to kill him. You go give them a hand." As soon as he gave the order, a pitch-black colossus soundlessly appeared behind him. At the same time, in the primordial pagoda, Chi-Bitian suddenly looked up while kicking her ball. She frowned slightly and said, "What the heck?" You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.